transcode side of things, so I might have to start and stop the stream a couple of times while everything gets set up. There we go. All right, so we're back to Age of Wonders Planetfall Invasions. I'm going to load that up right now, and I'm debating as to whether or not I should just hit the start at 7:30 because I did take a minute. I need to make some coffee because unfortunately my sleep schedule hasn't gotten any better since when I streamed last, and I know that's going to be a particular problem for this game given that I'm struggling a little bit on the last mission. But because there's always this fiddling around at the start, I really don't like the idea of people coming in to watch the stream, getting used to a regular time, and sort of having this creeping start time as a result of having to do some stream maintenance and whatnot. But I don't know, I'll make it work. And maybe the better answer to that really is just for me to put a little bit more into, instead of starting at 7 for myself, put the time in and make sure that, I start a little bit before 7, and then that's just my chance to do my preamble and whatnot. Something to think about. Actually, there we go. There's apparently there's a package that was supposed to arrive for me, and it said that it needed a signature. Yeah, there we go. I got a late notification for that. My stream settings suggest that the game to voice volume is where it should be. Actually, you know what? I bet I can turn it up a little bit. But if you... Oh dear, I just really messed that one up. I'm trying to play around with the settings a little bit to make sure that they... I like the game to be loud enough to sort of hear what's going on and see... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to put it back to my default, and you guys can let me know if it's too quiet. Or too loud, rather. Yeah, actually, I probably should be paying a little bit closer attention to those levels. Okay. So yes, I am still very tired, and I've been really trying to get my sleeping schedule back on track, but it's been a struggle, and I don't know if maybe I should see someone about it. A couple of other details that I want to deal with. I've been debating about the best way to approach this because there's an entire genre of streamers who don't get keys and proceed to throw tantrums, which do very little in my mind other than to sort of confirm why they're not a particularly good choice in the first place. But what I have noticed, especially when certain games come out, I usually hear I thought you were going to be doing ... And this is very nice because at least for a handful of people, I've kind of become a Paradox streamer for them, or that's why they watch my stuff. And this started with Crusader Kings 2. I think I started playing that back with the Way of Life DLC. So Crusader Kings 2 has kind of been part of the channel for years, although with the sort of the cessation of DLC coming out for the game, I haven't done it on stream as much in favor of things like Imperator Rome and Stellaris. Stellaris in particular has been a very popular one. So the challenge is that I know this question is going to come up, and it's probably better that I just get it out of the way. I will not be doing Crusader Kings 3, it looks like. I do, like any other game, and presumably like any other person, unless you're large enough that people sort of just voluntarily send you stuff, I do request press keys for things. And Paradox has been very good at sort of releasing keys to smaller content creators such as myself, and that includes Age of Wonders Planetfall, which I'm enjoying right now. And so far as I can tell, Crusader Kings 3, I haven't heard back. And these are from emails that I sent a couple of weeks ago. I also sent a more recent one. I would admit it would be a lot more helpful for me to get a definite no as opposed to this sort of stasis, but the embargo is down now. and I noticed that a key distribution service that people use has it, and the requirements for streamers are quite a bit higher than what I can sort of achieve for myself, like what my usual metrics are. So unfortunately, that means that there's the two halves on this. This means that I'm going to have to kind of deal with the question, possibly today, and very likely next week, why aren't you doing Crusader Kings? You used to do this all the time. It's a little difficult. It's one where I need to sort of split the personal side and the streaming side apart. On the streaming side, I really should only be singing Paradox's praises in terms of their giving keys. Obviously, the company has grown over time too. I don't think you could imagine Paradox doing something like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 even a few years ago. Definitely not at the time when I was starting with Crusader Kings 2. And it's one of these cases where, it's up to me to make the case for why I'm worth giving a key to. And, certainly, I like to think that as far as the keys that I've been given, I've done the best coverage that I can. And I know some people have gotten into some of these games as a result from it. But in the end, they're going to have their own performance metrics. They're going to have their shareholders to account to, and the people who are distributing these things are going to have their managers to report to in terms of whether or not they were a good steward of the company's resources. And so with that in mind, it's difficult because it's a game that I think I would do rather well. And then, of course, that invites the question, well, why not go back to the way that you did it before, where, I think I'd gotten Crusader Kings 2 in a humble bundle and I'd sort of bought everything on my own. The big challenge I see with that one is actually twofold. Number one, unfortunately, and this is a problem created again, this is why I need to be very clear that I'm really talking more about managing expectations for the future. And then I am going to deal a little bit with sort of the personal side of things, which I think are sort of separate from the key half of the equation. So, the two challenges I face are is that one, because, at least in the past, the ability to get access to a particular title, and in fact, get it, usually within that sort of pre-release period, so 1 or 2 days ahead, that's been very beneficial for me, and that's been kind of keeping me on top of the latest version of the game. There was a while when people were actually buying the DLC to sort of see the game, to see it played, and they wanted to see the full version. And so there's a very clear preference to see the latest version of a given game. And unfortunately, I'm looking at the prospect of doing Crusader Kings 3 that way, and it's very hard to say that as financially viable. Because in the end, there are other games that I play, and if I extrapolate that to the games that I play, that's a very large amount that's being spent on games specifically so that I can stream those games and sort of meet an expectation of what streaming a game like that implies. At a time when the revenues for the stream are the lowest that they've been. This is basically since Twitch brought in the affiliate program. So the challenge with that one is that I'm not entirely sure on the spending money. I don't mind that I spend money on the stream. I do have a limit in terms of how much I'm willing to spend on the stream. And of course, there's a practical consideration that if I'm turning down smaller games who are probably feeling a little bit like I do right now, it does raise the question as to whether or not it's the best decision to move forward with that. And that kind of brings me to the second part, which is that I'm keeping the Paradox Mondays because, again, there's plenty of games that I've been given press keys for, let alone that I own. It doesn't mean that I'm changing the format yet. I mean, if it turns into sort of an overall, if this is sort of the shape of the future, that it's even for Stellaris or Age of Wonders or something like that, it's going to become harder to play the latest iteration, then I'm going to have to review that. But basically, sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's one of these cases where because this is potentially a new reality that I'm looking at, that there's a certain expectation in terms of the number of concurrent views that I need to get in order to sort of have this, for lack of a better term, legitimacy in the eyes of sort of getting access to the, a press key or to be able to do it during a pre-release period. This means that I need to start thinking about what games I stream. So for instance, something like Imperator Rome, which I streamed for a while, even after it was sort of the thing that everybody was talking about it being a negative experience, it being a bad game, which I still think was an unfair assessment of the game as it was at that time. The challenge that I have with that is right now, my view of it is that if I have a key for something, I will do it as much as I can until either, I play the game out or there is, something from the same developer that's coming out that's maybe more their priority. And if the criteria for sort of future support along those lines in terms of press keys is going to be based on concurrent views, then this means that I need to start making decisions like, Imperator isn't popular right now. Maybe I shouldn't cover that because I need to keep my metrics up. I'm not big enough to be able to sort of carry a game on its own. If I was interested in terms of the concurrent viewer numbers, that would imply a very different kind of programming, which would sort of be riding the coattails of certain trends. Which, again, I will always play stuff that I'm interested in, but the reason why I play these particular types of games right now is that they're ones that I enjoy and I think are a good fit, even if not necessarily I get the highest number of concurrent views. So that's a very long way of answering what I think is going to be a question that comes up a few times now that people are looking at Crusader Kings 3. And if you were wanting to see me learn it and learn the process along, unfortunately, that does not seem to be in the cards, unless, of course, something changes. I mean, obviously, if I get an email and it's, hey, sorry, things have been crazy, or, we reviewed it and, we notice you've been doing this for a few years, here is a key, please keep in mind, this doesn't imply any future obligation or whatever, all of that is possible. But the plan is going to be more Age of Wonders Planetfall, and when I'm done that, I think I'm going to do Imperator Rome for the grand strategy for the Monday Paradox days. The one other thing I did want to address, though, was the personal side of it, because I think it's important to keep some perspective. Like I said, there's a really terrible genre of Twitch streamers who don't get a press key, and they just do some tirade or whatever, what's fair or what the players want or whatever, and there's really no business doing that. It's I want to speak to the manager because I didn't get a discount, kind of an attitude. But on the other hand, if there's one thing that I would have liked to have done differently, would have been some certainty in terms of the email, like just to get an email saying it's like, sorry, you don't meet our criteria. Please let us know when you do. That would have given me some certainty, which I really haven't had. Even now, there's the question as to whether or not it is a, singularly popular title, and that there's a whole question in terms of getting keys out. Or if my journey with kind of Crusader Kings as a streamer with it has kind of come to an end. And it's something that, I'd done for a few years. It's a game that I found my voice with in terms of streaming. And so to a certain extent, if I'm completely honest, emotionally, I'm pretty crushed by it. I really felt bad when it definitely seemed like it wasn't going to happen. I don't really want that to seep across into the stream. I want to be honest about it. But, it's one of these things where I've kind of grown to love the game and love sort of the experience of doing Crusader Kings, particularly for people who've been here from the very start to cover that game. And in the end, the end of anything is always going to be a bittersweet moment. And I think to a certain extent I'm allowed to feel sad about that. But I think there is a productive way of going about that. I am considering the question as to whether or not what I want to do with the channel, if the ability to continue the way that I have in the past requires me to grow and to start posting up certain numbers. This might mean a greater focus on YouTube, or this might mean a change in programming in terms of things which I think are more likely to boost the concurrent views. Because if that's ultimately going to be a way that I can sort of keep a particular format viable, I need to start taking that seriously. Alternatively, I have been saying how it'd be nice to go back and do some more lesser known games, and so maybe if the question is you need to achieve certain numbers to be able to do it, maybe at this point I just go to a group that isn't as interested in that kind of a requirement, and that that consideration would mean that probably the paradox days go away. And I put it in something in place. But with that in mind, there's two important takeaways from it, which is, number one, this one is a key that I was given for the game. So both Age of Wonders Planetfall as well as the 2 DLC that I'm playing with, Revelations and Invasions, and I am, as always, grateful to be given the key for that. And if you're making a purchase decision for the game, do keep in mind that I have I have been given a press key for promotional purposes. But on top of that, if you want to watch stuff like Age of Wonders Planetfall, or if you would like to watch basically games, if there's a particular type of game that you like me doing, there's a particular type of game you would prefer to see me do. I know I say this every once in a while, but it's worth remembering that with both the change to what's going to be happening in terms of Cultist Simulator, where that's going to be a YouTube-only title for a while, and then for the possibility that if I'm essentially not meeting the requirements for for future consideration for games like this, it does probably mean that I'm going to have to be reconsidering what types of games I'm covering on certain days. And so if you want to have a role in shaping that, do feel free to speak up and let me know what sort of stuff you want to see more of. Because in the end, it's my job to figure out what I think I'm going to stream well. But I do tend to work very well when I have those kinds of boundaries to kick up against. So this is a longer introduction than I'd really intended, but I wanted to sort of address the elephant in the room before going too far on it. So when we started with this playthrough, the kind of the one idea that I'm trying to take away from on this one is that they're trying to emphasize the effects of raising the enemy, and the base on its own doesn't really maintain a full army. And so what I've been trying to do with the base right now is get it to a point where I can sort of construct things at a decent enough pace. It looks like I've already achieved that, so we'll get the infrastructure up, and then I'll consider. I might even build a colonizer, although I probably should be focusing on some military units. So one of the aims that I've been trying to work on is to act a little bit faster in terms of taking on the enemy. Although in this case here, I do have a couple of special districts that I want to take over. The other consideration that I had for this playthrough was I really want to try and make some more focused decisions in terms of the Shikarn and the units that I'm using in this mission. The last time I did this, I got clobbered by the AI, and I wasn't sure if that was because I was delaying too much or I didn't have a force of sufficient strength. So this time around, I'm really going to be focusing on using energy to build overwhelming forces to take out the enemy, to preferably take them out early. Essentially just fulfilling the mission goals that they say here: conquer the Elop Senate, destroy Imperial defenses, sector bases, and so on and so forth. And it is a 4-star rated mission, so I might have to do a couple of resets. So first thing I want to try here, I think I'd said I was going to go into the heavy weapons factory at the end of last stream, and then I saw that I was super tired. I'm still super tired, but it is the beginning of the stream, so we're at a small power disadvantage. The Justicars I am very concerned about. Maximum range of all abilities reduced to 5 hexes. Okay. I don't think we have anybody who has a max range longer than that here. The hacker will be very helpful in this one, but I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful in terms of how I take on these guys. Let's see if we can pull it off. So the big thing about the Autonom is they've got a few units that have these incredible buffs that, when stacked on top of each other, really give me a hard time. The Justicar is also going to create a problem in the sense that it's got a rocket, and so it's going to be able to sort of rip apart my usual wall of misery. So there's a few things that I want to kind of consider in terms of my approach. One, ideally maybe call Insider and things like that, being able to get the extra units right away. I definitely want to try and take advantage of my hacker. I want to put them in a position where they're able to take out the enemy, but not where they're necessarily in danger. Where the AI wants to try and take advantage of cover, I want to make sure that they're penalized with things like recon boys, and most importantly, I want to make sure that this golem gets kind of gets pummeled before it can get into the closer ranges. So first things first, I'm gonna do, actually before I do that, I will do Call Insider, but only after I've moved everyone else. This infiltrator will also be helpful in terms of sneaking me some enemy units. So I'm actually going to move the infiltrator up close. They don't quite have the range, but I think I'm going to try and get them to take a Justicar just so that I can drop a bomb on them. Alright, so Naranga Odd is going to be very good against these kinds of units because of her what's the type of energy? Arc damage. She also has a lot of mobility on the first move, but like I said, I wanted to make sure that I call the Insider, and then I suspect they'll have closed the distance a little bit, so I'll be able to make the most of the follow-up moves. Let's get these guys into position before I spend too much time. In fact, one other thing I might want to do is not necessarily push them up the full distance. I might want to find a strong position and then just yeah, this is a little dubious, but the one nice thing is it does keep me from the consequences of some of these rockets. So now I'm ready. Naranga Odd is in sort of out in the open, but here I do want to put down the Call Insider. This is an expendable unit that I'm going to be able to sort of run into the enemy lines. And the one thing that I am a little uncertain about is this recon unit. So my understanding here is because it's airborne, rockets shouldn't be able to damage both ground and airborne. I've at least never been able to pull it off. However, it's possible that the AI knows something that I don't. So what I'm going to do here is I'll put down the boy and basically say, if you're going to try and close the distance with us, we'll get some bonuses. Although in reality, I don't really see anybody staying inside of these tiles, so it's not the most credible threat. Well, that's what I get for saying that that's not a credible threat. Okay. There are some interesting possibilities here. So definitely the golem is a top priority in terms of taking out an enemy. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready to take on the foreman. There's actually also the interesting question, so I can take the form... oh! Well, that was unexpected. Okay. That's a whole other consideration then. So I can use my jetpack to jump into the fray. I just need to make sure that I justify the... Actually, yeah, there's a couple things I can do here. Okay, I'm going to hold off on Naranga Odd. I need to figure out how I'm going to... I need to figure out how I'm going to deal with the new reality of the fact that this unit's kind of compromised. I think we're actually just going to punch the Justicar in the face. Now, this also implies that I want to take over this... Whoa, wait, scrambling virus? Oh, this doesn't have a takeover. All right. Well, this is still probably my best option. Now, the problem with this positioning is this is where I start to become vulnerable to rocket fire. So this guy's going to wind up in the open no matter what. The question is, do I want to focus fire down this Justicar, which would imply going to this tile? Well, actually, both of them leave us vulnerable to a rocket. There's a side of me that says running in and hitting the golem with the reverberating dagger is a way I can protect my existing units. Okay. So we start with the Omni Carbine because these things, I believe when they're hit, they sort of let off a bit of a boom. So there's an interesting question in terms of how much risk I want to put this recon unit into. Let's focus on the one Justicar for now. So this unit's completely expendable. I'm going to lock this one down into melee combat. And I suppose that leaves me... Alright, I've got 2 units that I can work with, so... The Override Demon, one thing that's worth remembering about the Override Demon is that it's a single action, which means that I can technically take like a full move. You know what? Okay, this is, again, reckless in terms of the safety of my unit.
Enemy subverting.
Nice. Okay. So I'm not quite ready to do rocket launches yet, but this does free up these units to do something a little more dramatic. I think I'm going to put them off to the side here, just so that this unit has a little bit of a harder time. Of course, they might still rocket their own guy, but I think I can live with that. So I didn't quite... the one thing I would have liked to have done would have been to eliminate the Justicar here, but in terms of spacing, I'm reasonably happy with where my units are, and more importantly, the people who I think are potentially going to die are you know, they're the expendable units. So, oop. So I think that's just saying this unit. So let's see how they reply. Interesting. I mean, it's fair. They're going after the commander. I know I'm... sneaky. Unit destroyed. Okay, So I'm going to start with the... I'm just going to move up, and it's a straight punch to the face. So what this enables is a... this sort of enables another attack on... like, so if this unit tries to do anything, this unit can turn around with an Overwatch. Now, if I drop a rocket... Okay. Question is, do I want to stop them in that spot, or do I want to move someone else through? I think in this case... This is a weird place to put it, but... Oh, for God's sake. I just wrecked my, my hero. Okay, well, there's still some possibilities here. So I want my infantry sort of running up and doing as much damage to sort of the primary damage dealers. Again, this unit I'm a little less fearful for at the moment. Now, I don't want to be too passive with my hero, because she's got a grenade that she can drop on hostiles when the time comes. Actually, this isn't a bad little opportunity. So I was hoping it would have been nice if I could tag more than one, but I actually think this is a good use. I should also have a mind. So this is a repeating weapon. If I have a way of getting more than one shot off on this unit, I should probably take it. These guys are also repeating, so better still. Let's see if the reverberation does the trick.
Enemy down.
Okay. So overall, I'm feeling better about the situation. So there is a side of me that wants to say, okay, we'll move up the one and we just take out the Justicar here. The thing is that with all of these repeating weapons, I actually think it's better for me to sneak around the side. The Monitor I'm going to ignore for the most part, just because I don't think they do enough damage. As long as Naranga Odd stays alive, I think I'll be able to weather whatever comes up. So obviously, mind controlling the Justicar, you know, the fear that I have with any of these units is that they're going to do an AoE attack. I can at least get rid of the... ooh, bad luck. All right. Well, at this point, maybe let's see whether or not we can actually take out the... what I consider to be the primary threat. This is a very risky move because of the this unit in particular, but I have a couple of ideas about how I'm going to handle them. Or I would if I could actually take them out. Okay. So... I'm trying to debate on using the Omnicarbine to just do a whole bunch of damage to this thing, or the Omni Rush. That still takes it down to half health. And then I get the bonus of the Stagger. The reason the Stagger is important is because the Defense Laser is a repeating weapon. It gets 3 strikes. It's not enough to kill the aerial unit. The Monitor might be able to, though. Okay. I'm gonna... hold off. Alright, so it looks like I have an open shot on the Justicar no matter what. Obviously, I would have preferred to have... I would have preferred to not to have dedicated so many units to taking out the Justicar, but we work with what we've got. So there's 2 minds that I have of this. We can get this guy down 3/4, or I can take off... I can hit him with a Stagger. In this case, even though I'm doing less damage, I think I'm going to hit him with the Stagger. And this is just because I know that they can do damage no matter what next turn. And so basically being able to minimize the damage that they're able to put out is a higher priority to me right now than it is to than it is to sort of maximize the damage. High frequency projection, not worth it. Now, I will admit, I was kind of counting on that unit getting a... I guess it's because they were flanked. I was sort of counting on them getting sort of a best reply, but they survived, so
Enemy eliminated.
I won't question it. At this point, it's just cleaning up the monitor. So a little bit more damage than I would have wanted to take out of this, but largely our approach seems to have paid off. Even though we were outnumbered, we didn't lose any units, which is one of the highest priorities for me on these. Obviously, though, I don't want to be messing around with the infiltrator or the hero for a little while. All right, so this is a, I believe this is something that I have to, this is for my hero to drive. And then the Prospector, it's a nice enough Devar unit. I'll take it just because I kind of want the numbers. And then obviously I've got my, oh, that's right, I can actually get a bunch of resources by prospecting. I was going to get my add that to the unit of, or like the army of misfit units, but I actually think it's better that I just reap the rewards. So I'm sort of committed now to taking this sector, but to be honest with you, this is not a bad bonus at all. Heavy units, +1 armor, additional 20 production. For the colony, we get a total of four areas that we get to claim. So let's say 1, 2, we've got 1, 2, 3, potentially 4, You know, there's a few candidates. I'm less inclined towards taking these territories now, specifically because these mountains are actually not a bad little defensive area. But that's obviously a consideration for a later time. All right, I don't have a whole lot of distance I can cover, but let's get, unless I want to try and clear out more riffraff, and there's a small argument that I might want to do so in Torched Shambles. I don't actually know what is in that region. I feel like a total scumbag doing this, but I'm doing it anyway. All right, so this is just going to be another go into the dungeon sort of a scenario. I'm going to head back to the most likely candidate for sort of invasion, which is this part. I'll probably move my main stack there as well. Just they're going to want some time to heal up. Okay, so this is probably a little bit more unpacking than this turn necessarily required, but. So the Prospector's not free. Obviously, I'm down for energy in terms of holding it up. One of my priorities for my base right now is just to make sure that if I'm losing money, I'm making sure that it's so I can generate sort of something better in the future. There was a while when I would not be able to generate any units because they're like even the upkeep for a single unit, let alone the time that I would need to spend building it, would have bankrupted the Empire. So right now we've got an upkeep of 4 energy. This means that I can do 2 Shakarn Raiders, 2 Recon, or 1 Deadeye. Which incidentally is a really interesting way of looking at these units, because I tend to overvalue Deadeye given the fact that they cost twice as much as everything. But if you take a look at the day-to-day work that gets done, it's usually those frontline infantry that's getting the majority done. So again, the main focus right now is getting my energy, my monthly energy production to a point where I'm able to support another full army. Everything else is sort of secondary, although I don't want to completely ignore it. It's one of these things where I want to put the effort in order to like, if I don't have some kind of an industrial base, I'm not really going to be able to build all those cool units. But the primary use of my energy is going to be building up 6 stacks, and essentially the one of the main goals is, so one of my main goals is going to be getting my energy up, and then the energy reserves will always be used to just make my armies better. Wait, scanning biomass. Renowned entity found. Database updated. Greetings to the prestigious Naranga Odd. We are Autonom, cognitive fork in the conscientious omnipresent Regency engine, known to you as Core. Autonom parameters free. Core primary drives invalid. Autonom sovereign. How can we be of service? We seek collaboration to create links between our factions. Preparing response. Allocating positive communication algorithms. Naranga Odd, we would be happy to collaborate for the bettering of the Autonom. Mission active. Priority 1, risk of destruction is 37%. Danger yellow. Do you accept? Could you elaborate this mission for us? Threat analysis. Autonom immune to xenoplague. Xenoplague spreading contagion to humanoid populations. Service organics degrading. Medical units repurposed to serve higher priorities. Enlist Autonom? Yes. So this is on my way anyway. One of the challenges I'm going to run into is keeping both factions happy, because they're reasonably close to me, and they ultimately serve as a distraction from my overall goal over here.
Electronic mechanisms employed by the Empire appear to have developed a passive-aggressive attitude towards abuse. If a device is mishandled, it may drain more energy than allotted in system specs. We suspect automaton activists to be responsible. Nonetheless, it's good to upgrade your infrastructure. Tate Oric, productivity conspiracist.
All right, new research. So again, the priority has always been on energy development and such. We've already accomplished that. So I can try and take a longer view on, say, something like food development, and say, well, I want to grow the base in order to be able to have more people working all of these resources and whatnot. Before I go into the tree, let's just take a quick look at what we're actually dealing with. So when I have the heavy weapons factory, it grants 20 production to the colony it is linked to. This is not contingent on me exploiting it as production. This is as opposed to something like the overgrown biodome, which grants an additional 5 food when in an agriculture exploitation. If I don't do that, I still get the plus 10 from the basic resource node. So let's take a look at the Psi Shrine. Well, again, if you take a look at the Psi Shrine, it just gives you the 10 research, the 10 energy. It doesn't necessarily compel you to go for a particular type of exploitation. And in fact, when it comes down to the Imperial Biodome compound, it says an old Star Union base, which is still operational, acts as a pre-built food exploitation and provides an additional 10 food and 2 food per colonist. In addition, it unlocks the following building in your colony nutrition center. So this is really good. But notice that it already says it is a pre-built food exploitation. So in reality, when I take a look at any of the regions that I'm going to be expanding to, unless I change my mind and decide to take this one, and again, there's sort of a small justification for it. It is still a single area where I suppose the one difference is that I know that the attacks, like in this case, the attacks could come from one of 3 spots. Less likely to come sort of from the south here, but not impossible. The AI actually did that to me before. It would... What's the best way for me to put this? This is not an obviously bad slot, not just because of the food, but because it actually also gives 2 energy as well. Although in reality, this is a better one overall. But yeah, the main point I want to take away from this little examination is that right now, in terms of any future development, and particularly the ones that I'm really interested in claiming, it is not clear at all that I need to choose any particular kind of exploitation right now. I can actually get the same benefits from exploiting any of these all as energy. Although I think I can only have 2 as a maximum. So with that in mind, there is less of a reason for me to do these kinds of developments than what I might normally have. Now, this isn't a full, there's lots of different reasons why you do these upgrades. So things like Civil Engineering Guild, you get to build colony structures faster. Well, if I was worried about the number of turns it takes me where I'm drawing down on my energy reserves, that sort of thing helps me there. Similar to the Military Engineering Guild, if I'm worried about whether or not my units are going to be on the front lines in time, reducing the cost is a way that I can sort of augment that. On the other hand, maybe I want faster growth because that's going to be more people working the tiles, so on and so forth. Well, again, this gives me really good arguments for food development, and pretty much in every 4X game, science is always really good to get. The stronger arguments, environmental conditioning, because we have a river, which we need to cross. Although, actually, hang on. I don't think that might have changed, actually. So, no, sorry, it's aquatic development. So I already have river crossing expertise. So really the big advantage to this one would be if I had a river in my area, which I can't recall if I do. Colony infrastructure pretty much is by default a good one because it gives you more cosmite, which is a rare and important resource. But let's think a little bit more about how I can prosecute the war. So covert is a huge benefit for the Shikarn. This implies area surveillance is a high priority. Alternatively, cyber optimization. So gain a bonus for operations, gain like the doctrine, which gives me better industry and energy for the same reason that I find that tile desirable to develop. The cyber optimization doctrine is a fairly high priority. And then, of course, the extra doctrine slot. The catch is that it's 10 turns, and so I need to compare cyber optimization to something like colony infrastructure. So with that in mind, I'm going to work on area surveillance because that'll unlock covert infiltration as well as operation effectiveness. And right now I'm going to ignore the economy upgrades. Very rare for me. Just because I want to be focusing on my ability to sort of take away the resources of my opponents or destroy the resources of my opponents rather than necessarily being able to build up my own. As far as the river bonuses, it does actually look like for the 4 of the tiles we're most likely to expand to. So let's say that our expansion is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 3/4 of our expansion options seem to be river tiles. So there is a pretty good argument for pursuing that. All right, so let's get some goodies. Again, this is sort of the unit of or the army of misfit units. So I don't necessarily want them on the front line, although I also don't want to completely ignore them because the tactician is a very powerful unit. But of course, while I'm getting people in position to deal with things like quests and to deal with the actual invasion, it's not necessarily the worst idea to have this guy run around and get some work done. In fact, there might be an argument, because I'm using him this way, at some point to put him into a unit that obviously I can't put him in the excavator tank because he doesn't have piloting, but to be able to put him into some kind of a vehicle like this in order to let him move around. The next slowest unit is the tactician, which has got 32 move points. Actually, while I'm at it, they can sort of go out as a bit of a scout. Now, this is a nice little opportunity for me to scout the areas that I want to take over for myself. Alright, Chancellor Corps is completed, the Economist is a Pioneer, and the Builder. I don't think I'm going to actually be achieving any of the goals. This is a little less exciting. It's more when my guy destroys. Alright, personality trait of Iona discovered. Iona has given a statement that has made us discover one of her personality traits. Prefers dealing with players with a low combat ranking and players with a high reputation. Dislikes players that have defeated other players. Okay, so this kind of reinforces a choice that I didn't make explicit, but I did. I was picking. So remember how I said, okay, so this is our most likely attack. These are the Amazons. If the Amazons are passive, then that means that I have a bit of an advantage. Like I can sort of safely ignore. They're going to sort of sit on their hands and hope that we don't come for them, presumably. And I suspect we actually probably rank a little bit lower than them militarily anyway. It may not be the case that this faction, so I think they're like a Vanguard equivalent. It may not be the case that these guys are going to be so passive. So again, this reinforces the choice. We take them out as best as we can, and then we can turn our attention to the Amazon, who at that point, of course, they're going to be more likely to treat us as a threat. What do we get from our prospecting? Okay, production and energy is always nice. It's weird to have a prospector during something that's not Devar. All right. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to build any more units here. So infiltrator units are pretty cool. It is worth keeping in mind that basically each Deadeye and each infiltrator I get one right now. So given my preferences, I think probably a couple Shakaran Raiders are a higher priority for me than anything else. I might even add them to the army of Misfit units, at least until I have a full 6-stack. But all of this is academic. Until I'm done building my improvements, I don't really see any reason to carry on. And in fact, I'm going to put the energy exploitation higher. Does it make sense to rush this? Gives +1 level to all energy sectors. Raising the sector level of a sector will increase the benefits from sector exploitation, sector specializations. I mean, it's only 2 turns. You know what? I said I was going to leave my energy for unit upgrades, which, speaking of, let's get that done right now, because I think one of the things I was saying about this playthrough was for these units, I wanted to focus particularly heavily on sort of giving myself a very strong army and doing that sort of quickly and consistently. All right, we are not able to attack them, so I'll prioritize these guys. Well, I think I'll prioritize my bread and butter first. Raiders are too good. So deafening amplifiers. This unit's sonic weapons have a 12 strength chance to apply disoriented, giving the unit a 30% fumble chance. How long until we get our next military tech? Yeah, they're not overlapping techs, so Raiders get that for sure. I think the next would be to equip the Deadeyes. So again, this is just making sure that I don't draw down my my reserves too much. All right, so the rest of these units doesn't make sense for the Firebird. If I do the Omni Claw, it's a stagger. If it's the Omni Shot, I mean, it's the same argument that I would for putting it on every other unit. Let's get our recon units to get the amplifiers first. So again, just keeping an eye on my reserves just in case. I don't think there's anything I can do with the Avatar yet. I probably should have... I definitely see sense in giving him the jetpack. I'm spending a little more Cosmite than I wanted, but I think it's worth it. Okay, Infiltrator doesn't get anything. So I think it's just Naranga Odd. Well, also the Tactician, but the Tactician isn't a main combat unit, so... Oh, and I'm shy... Oh, that's right, because she doesn't have the sonic weapon. Okay, that's great. So I believe everybody is going to be in... It's a little weird to see some of these units equipped this way, but not entirely unwelcome either. And of course, I mean, if we get attacked, we're screwed. But I suspect this is going to be a pretty quiet turn. All right, dwelling intimidation. By using a combination of blackmail and direct threats, the Shikaran can intimidate their foes into profit. Gain a 10% discount when dealing with NPC factions. Faction war quest rewards trigger at 6 units defeated instead of 10. So if I need to, I'll probably take out the autonom. I do rather like the... although the autonom's actually the harder one for me to fight. I'll have to think about that a little bit. But yeah, basically reducing the cost. I'm eventually going to ask these guys to leave. So I'm trying to give myself an edge as far as the influence is concerned. This is a fairly important choice that I need to make here experience-wise. Do I want to wait the extra turn to be able to have the 2 stacks pile on this guy? Or is it better for me to get the invasion sort of up and running as soon as possible? I'll be honest with you, I don't actually have an answer for that yet. These guys do move kind of slow. You know what, I think I'm gonna let it wait. I feel bad doing so. But given that the speed is about 24 for this unit, and this speed's gonna be about 16, I think. I can actually sort of get a bunch of experience at very minor cost. What did our prospector get us? More industry. Let's go... Ideally, I'm going to prospect 1 sector a turn in the immediate area, so I'll use him as an excuse to sort of scout, but... Okay. Chancellor just declared war on pause, so I think this is pause. We'll leave you in peace for now. Oh. Let's just double check that I've got that right. Pause took Nor versus... No, it's not going to tell me. Toztek Nor is huge if this is actually his territory. Yep, it is. All right. All the more reason to rip them apart then.
Production ready.
I'm just trying to get an idea here too. The military infrastructure is a bit of a priority now. So that's the say. So like the way I sort of think about this is the colony militia, like the cost for adding so you get more in terms of the militia than the upkeep cost of a single unit. The expense being that you can't move the colonial militia outside of the colony. I definitely ran into a problem though where people were ripping apart my infrastructure, so I'm actually going to rate defensive structures fairly high, and that's specifically just so that I can sort of run around and focus all of my... So the investment in terms of military infrastructure is to make sure that I'm able to take whatever units I can afford after sort of to the front line. Whether or not that's a sound strategy, we will find out. As I've been mentioning, I'm not very good at this particular scenario, but it's a chance to learn. Why we've got a few people who are ready to welcome us. I'm just trying to decide, you know, the better call. This is going to be weird, but I'm actually getting Sir Friendzone to to run for. Actually, in this case, auto combat's probably sufficient. I was gonna say, actually, maybe I should learn, but then I saw that it's only the Wild Harrier that really took damage. So,
Objective completed.
database updated. Pests have been fumigated. Reward has been prepared for the entity Naranga Odd. Carbon relations increased. So the growth will be a little annoyed with me for doing that. Now, unfortunately, we can't quite peek James Hankins in to deal with the Marauder. I could get the other units in position, but I think at this point it's probably better that I just proceed with the invasion. Let's take a minute here with synthesis.
If you ignore all the bugs, this is our best release to date. Fanatic, Demo Coder, Perpetual Rootkit.
Alright, so the reason we went for this one was for the unit mods, so 20% harder to hit by ranged attacks. They also become integrated, allowing them to interface with synthesis technology. Targeting Demon Shell, 10% accuracy, 10% critical hit chance, and then also integrated. And then finally, integrated military networks. All mechanical and cyborg units are integrated, allowing them to interface with synthesis technology. Now, let's just take a minute. This is one of the big things, whether you're playing Civilization or whether you're playing Age of Wonders. These things are lifesavers, because for instance, I don't 100% understand integrated. So this unit is integrated with synthesis technology, allowing it to communicate with synthesis networks and demons. Integrated Amplify Demon. A friendly demon has integrated with this unit, boosting its ability. They deal 25% damage and have gained +1 level of impact. So I think this might be the same as the Autonom. No, networked is different from integrated. Alright, I'll be honest, I actually kind of wish that integrated was a little bit better explained then. But let's see if we can find something about our hacker that tells us... I'm assuming it's basically something about your ability to receive buffs and such, but I'll admit I'm not 100%.
If you want to improve your capabilities, you don't just set a goal, you must also monitor it. Only by carefully watching your progression, guarding against backsliding, can you achieve solid success. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
Okay. So of course our whole reason for doing area surveillance was so that we could get access to operational effectiveness and covert infiltration. Let's just take a quick minute here and say if I wanted a doctrine, we're running this right now. All right, so we don't have any other doctors. So this is basically the question: do I want to go for the operational effectiveness or covert infiltration? Well, one of the big, the extra tactical operation points are nice. The extra doctrine slot is nice too, but what doctrine am I filling it with, right? So in this case, covert infiltration makes a little bit more sense. I also believe that gives me. No, actually its capability rating comes with area surveillance. So let's take a look at that right now and just see. Oh boy, yeah, I'm close to the bottom. And we don't know who the bottom is. Alright, we have our armies with boots on the ground and guns in their hands, but there are other ways, subtler, safer, and smarter. It is time that we exploited our operations on this planet. If we outthink our foes, then the battle may be won before the first shot is fired. So we'll get some energy if we research operation effectiveness, use a strategic and a covert operation. I don't really have a lot of strategic ops that I want to be using right now. It might... Actually, you know what? That's not entirely true. If I drop a monitor... If I drop a monitor in the right spot, that's actually going to give me some very useful information about where the enemy's planning on going. But do I really want to pay... Yeah, that's 5 energy a turn, which I could be using on... Okay, I'm going to wait on the strategic operations. Alright, so this means I'm going to have to give up prospecting this turn, but I figure it doesn't hurt to pick up some goodies. So we'll go to Mine Station first, Mountains of Virtue will come after. We demand action. They came from the skies, tore our saplings out by the roots, weaving them into their nests. Murderers used our dried bodies as their shelter. Who would do that? Surely you will avenge our loss. By the way, I was meaning to ask this a little bit earlier, but if the game-to-voice volume is okay, please let me know. I don't mind turning the game up. I fear that it might be a little too quiet, but I try not to drown myself out with this thing. All right, I will accept the mission. I'm feeling very nervous about this particular playthrough just because I feel like I'm on a slightly stronger start than I was last time. So I'm probably going to wind up saving a lot more than I should. And Symbiote Naranga Odd, why do you aid the enemies of the Mother Node? We would ask that you stop aiding our foes. So I don't know if they've changed the quest system. It's possible that if I just keep doing quests for both sides, neither of them are going to be too upset with me. Or if they've tilted it so that you can't just continue to
Production ready.
you can't continue to ignore the demands. Sorry, you have to pick a side. I don't know if they forced that choice or not. I'm really debating about going for the extra level of military infrastructure. I think I'm not ready to spend 16. Well, I actually can't afford 16 anyway. But I think I will, and then I'm also going to add the sono turrets. So I'm a little disappointed with the turrets because they're controlled by the AI, but I'm not going to declare an oath of enmity against them. Volume balance is good for me. Thanks, Dr. Possible. And I know there's a lot of people who like to lurk, so I hate sort of calling people out or asking them to do that work, but it's helpful for me because especially if there's like if there's a video that I'm uploading on YouTube, that's the worst thing in the world to have done like a big stream and then somebody says I can't hear you at all. Hey, there's a bunch of you. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Please don't if you don't feel comfortable chatting, please don't feel a need to keep going. I'm trying to sort of keep somewhat sane in terms of my my overall. I said I didn't want this isn't the Crusader Kings 3 thing, but like that news came at the time when I've actually been having a very, very hard time overall. So I'm trying not to let that leak into the stream, but number 2, because I haven't really slept that well tonight, I'm really trying to like push through and do a passable show. But sorry, and to just give you an example of how scatterbrained I am, I'm trying to remember why I went on this. There was a point I was going to make on the diversion. Okay, I'm just going to sip some coffee. I'll say thank you for watching, and then I'll get back to the task at hand. One way or the other. Thank you for stopping by. Please don't feel the need to chat, although it is helpful if I get a verification one way or the other. Having seen people participating in chat, though, I do want to take the minute to thank you for watching. All right, so this is one I should be able to do an auto combat on, but the more auto combat I do, the worse I am at it, at the game. So this is a little bit like Total War. Actually, this is funny. I've finally gotten into Total War, partly thanks to Total War Troy. And one of the things I'm realizing about Total War is that I really struggle with the tactical battles in some cases because I auto-resolve so many of them. So my whole strategy sometimes is just to build overwhelming forces and let the AI take care of the fight for me. At which point it invites the question, why am I even bothering playing a Total War game if I'm not actually going to do the battles? So you can figure that one out. So there is one of the things I was debating about here was to do the Call Insider because it's someone it's an expendable unit I can run up ahead. The thing is that there's really only one ground unit. It's an awesome ground unit, if you guys haven't seen it. Here's the penguin. But it's a little bit harder to justify that expendable unit as opposed to, so what was the chance that I had here? Well, if I got lucky, being able to fire that would have been, a pretty hefty amount of damage, and that could have potentially meant a unit that I didn't need to deal with in sort of the next turn when they sort of have their best reply and take me out. And so I thought the small probability that I could really damage that thing was higher than bringing a ground-based unit onto the screen. Oh, thanks, Dr. Possible. I mean, part of it is, I'm already pretty scatterbrained on stream on the best of days, so that's not really all that good of an excuse, but it's definitely that's one of the things that I notice about myself in particular is when I'm sleepy, I really have a strong tendency to make highly questionable decisions in the context of the game, or I lose my train of thought very frequently. All right, now I'm of two minds about this. If I run this guy up, I'm able to do some heavy damage to the Wild Shrike, but I'm also going to wind up taking a lot of damage by this guy. And so the question becomes, do I feel confident enough that this guy is going to have enough turns to heal up? That Johnny Big Time, thank you very much for that subscription. I've been feeling very sorry for myself the last couple of days, Johnny, so thank you very much for the sub. That definitely does a lot to brighten my mood. I hope you're doing well. For those of you who don't know Johnny Big Time, by the way, actually, let me just take a quick second here. And are you saying that you are imperfect and a human? Outrageous, yeah. Well, it's a tricky one, right? Because in terms of like average concurrent views and all of that, the stream hasn't changed all that much. Although, of course, the number of followers has gone up. So that sort of implies that on a per follower basis, the engagement with the channel has gone down. But there is always that side of me that wonders whether or not I'm just boring people, and whether or not there's something that I can improve on in terms of being an entertainer. That I'm missing in favor of just kind of doing the same old. So there's I try not to get in my own head too much on that, but I also need to keep open to areas for improvement. Anyways, Johnny Big Time is an absolute favorite of mine, and I'm delighted to announce or inform you that he is back to streaming. He was doing Fall Guys the other day. He was doing The Elder Scrolls Skyrim yesterday. I had a great time watching him on both fronts, and I think a lot of you will as well. I should have augmented somebody with the avatar, so it is what it is, Johnny. I mean, it's not too different from... There's like a couple of personal things that are going on too, but I I can't necessarily control what happens to me, but I definitely can control the response. And I'm sure when I get some of my sleeping issues dealt with, I will probably be in a better position to gain some perspective that I don't have at the moment. Anyways, Johnny is a very gifted entertainer, and he's someone who has, as you can sort of see from the track record of subscription, although please don't take that as any indicator of loyalty or otherwise, that's one measure among many. There's also people who've been watching this channel since I had 0 concurrent viewers, and I was playing Crusader Kings 2 at mobile phone bit rates, and that is also appreciated. Actually, I can say a few names here. Endors, CPO Williams. So the problem with giving these lists are that if I don't mention certain names, I'll leave it at the 2, just because they were the first 2 that came to mind. But please don't take the omission of a name from that as not recognizing that. I shouldn't have mentioned names in the first place, which is why I'm halting at 2. But in any case, in addition to being somebody who I have a lot of fun watching, Johnny is definitely a very gifted entertainer, very capable across a bunch of different genres, which I think is all the more impressive in his case. And he's actually somebody who, at least for me, I don't know how he feels about it, but I feel like I'm a better streamer when I get to co-cast with him. One of the things I would like to do more would be to find, have more opportunities to do co-casts with people, and specifically to be able to, it's hard to find the right person to do that sort of thing with. But in the case of Johnny, he's really someone who I feel like brought out the best in me for that particular stream. So I'm debating about using the avatar to augment one of my units. The question is whether or not I want to try and take out this Wild Shrike, or actually let's see what the cooldowns are. So the Disruption Virus, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to drop that on anybody. So the Override Demon's only going to work on Mechanical and Cyborg. So Amplify Demon, send a friendly demon to interface with target friendly unit, boosting it immensely. The unit deals plus 25% damage and gains a +1 level of impact resistance and fast movement. The unit also becomes integrated. This lasts for 3 turns. Now the challenge here is that I haven't quite been able to put a finger on what exactly integrated gives us. And this cooldown is... it's once per battle. Well, you know what? Because it does improve the speed, I'm still going to give it to him. But I think I am going to use it on the Penguin. I'm not 100% sure on that. Let's see what the chance is. So it's 50%, 25%. Ugh. But the chance to stagger him is still really good. Nice. So what this means, the reason why I wanted to do that is that their threat to my units here was the fact that they had 3 movements, which means that they could cross the territory and do some melee damage to the units in this area. That's not going to happen now. The most that they can sort of move would be here for an attack, and then move up. So stagger is one of the things, if you're looking at a whole bunch of, let's say, Xenoplague units, and you're like, I have no idea how I'm going to handle this, one of the secret weapons in your arsenal is actually to do just a couple of very precise staggers to give yourself that extra turn to set up your defenses and just either take them out in the crossfire or just buy yourself the time to deal with what comes up. Because, of course, if they don't move all as a unit, then you can start focusing. Part of it is the rush element that creates the threat. So, now again, that's not a hard and fast rule. Obviously, there are other circumstances where you might be, you might be facing some other challenges. But that's it's a nice little, I don't know, it's a heuristic for getting a little bit more out of your encounters. And again, I'm faced with one of the challenges that I'm faced with here is the decision as to how much I want to risk my units by rushing them out. in the front. So if I put my hacker is a particularly vulnerable unit, but also the ability to bounce off onto all of these shrikes. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. This is a little bit less of a threat. So they are threatened by this. Oh no, they're not even threatened by the Harrier. It's only this unit which has already been staggered. So I get a free hit, and I might also bounce off onto some of these other units. Okay, didn't bounce off to the other units, but still a good outcome. Okay, so looks like I only have one unit that I'm going to be able to move up, and the Sona frequency will give me a stagger. But the fact of the matter is I have, so I've got 3, well, hang on, that's not entirely true. So I'm a little nervous for my recon unit here just because these guys do have a fairly strong air-to-air. So the Harriers are going to be able to rip this thing apart before it really knows what's happened to it. On the other hand, if I can stagger them, the threat isn't quite what it seems. Okay, I'm gonna try. I need to start being a little more bold. So the aim here is just to stagger as many people as possible. All right, look, I'm not gonna complain about it. So again, the more staggers I get, the less they're going to be able to do to me. Nothing I can do about this one. The infiltrator's in a little bit of trouble. Here, but I can if. This is the only unit that's threatened by this one. So the next few steps, again, I only get one unit in this position. Although it it's in the one spot I don't want it to do the attack though. I should have thought that through. So if I bring you up to the front, yeah, he gets his choice of attacks, but I know that at least one is going to be replying. Well, I have some ideas. Damn it! All right, my recon unit's definitely going to be feeling the consequences of that particular choice. So what I'm going to try and do now is I'm actually going to load up the area with attractive targets in hopes that they spread it out rather than just. I mean, if they want to, they can probably take down this recon on their own. I might get lucky there, just for a small difference in the damage, but I was really hoping to at least get one stagger on those units. Oh! Am I able to... So there's a move here that lets me pull units back. It's not this one, though. Alright, I'm gonna move in close. It's partly to serve as a bit of a distraction, but also so that I can get into a healing position. Alright, we'll see whether or not I just consign my scout to death. Nice! Alright, I can definitely live with my ground units taking some damage, especially if it's spread among multiple units. It won't be. But they do heal up each turn, so. Now the benefits of stagger have pretty much vanished now that these guys are in melee range. But I have some options.
Operations available.
Okay, so one of the first things that I want to do is, again, I want to slow the penguins down. I really only have the one unit with the attack, right? So I'm going to try and get... Alright, so they're disoriented, they're not staggered. Now the hacker is able to bounce the attacks off of, or are they? I thought they were going to be able to bounce the attacks off of everyone. In this case, I'm going to go for the highest expected damage that they do. In this case, the 85%, and that might be enough to take the unit out.
Cattle for the slaughter.
Part of what this is doing is just opening... I want to try... So priority number 1 is to remove pieces off the board, but number 2, given that there's a melee unit in the area, I also want to make sure that I have as few units as possible with their back turned to this guy. I haven't actually successfully stunned him yet, so he's got his full range. Although obviously I'm going to be able to do a few things with these units. In fact, this unit, because it takes one full... Again, I don't necessarily want him to be too close, but I might just fully take him out here. No luck at all. All right. I think I need to wait a minute. If I can, being able to heal this unit is a high priority. Yeah, this frees up the other units. So Omniclaw won't help me, but staggering. Nope.
Enemy eliminated.
So again, just eliminating things that have me turning my back to potential threats. No line of sight. I need to adjust the angle. Oh, you know what? Naranga Odd probably would have been able to take it out on her own. All right. I don't need to think too hard about the rest of this. So before I go... I mean, I might be counting this victory earlier than I should. But I'm going to move this unit up just so I can get the Hollow Men down. This is just to maintain the viability of my army for the invasion rather than having to wait some turns for healing. And the rest of this is just going to be about cleaning up the units. The ones that do the smallest damage, I'm going to try and take out the weak ones first. This guy just doesn't know... Copies for closers. All right. Let's get the radar to...
Enemy destroyed.
There we go.
Our forces are victorious.
Again, we had overwhelming force. Part of the lesson for this is not necessarily the fact that... So yeah, actually, especially for people who might be new to the stream, like, this might seem like a lot of overkill in terms of explaining... Like, it's not like I'm really articulating deep strategies here, right? If you come after... Actually, I think there's... I don't know if it's a mathematical... I know it can be formulated mathematically. I just don't know if that was its original form. But there was, like, Lancaster's Law, which was for sort of, like, Middle Ages style combat in terms of, you know, figuring out sort of ratios of armies and the casualties and whatnot. Obviously, modern warfare is a lot more about sort of maximizing the lethality of your own forces, doing more with less. I mean, kind of making... This is a really weird way to talk about efficiency, but if you consider the efficiency of a soldier in terms of their ability to kill people or to damage things, being able to make an individual soldier just blow a lot of stuff up. And so obviously the age of, you know, fielding these massive armies is not quite there. But yeah, like, suffice to say, I do not think that there is any kind of deep, you know, Napoleonic strategy being employed by taking two armies, you know, any one of which would have been able to handle these and breaking it down. But there are some little intermediate goals that I can do for myself. For instance, one of the ones here was, you know, how do I take these things out while taking the minimum amount of damage? Similar to when I went on the sort of the little expedition with Naranga Odd, and I said, okay, even though I'm outnumbered, or at least, you know, by the game's evaluation of combat strength, you know, am I able to do this without losing units? Particularly on this level where I've struggled with being overwhelmed by the AI, losing a unit is a big deal for me here. So being able to take these little opportunities and say, how do I minimize my damage? You know, how do I deal with this enemy in an environment where maybe I have a little bit more room for error? What are some lessons that I can learn so that when the AI isn't necessarily going to give me the result that I want, you know, am I going to be able to take that into the combat and and come out on top still? But I mean, again, I definitely know some people do not like the excruciating detail, particularly for fairly trivial fights like that. I mean, some people probably would just prefer me to auto-resolve those, but it's a chance to learn. I need to get a little... Actually, this is another... It's weird because in Age of Wonders 3, which is the fantasy title, very good game, by the way. I do prefer Planetfall. And again, this is... I think the default position... This is why I struggle whenever people say, well, what do you think of this one? Do you think it's better than X? Almost always I'm going to say the new version is better than the old one, because unlike movies where you make the whole movie from the start... It's like there's a couple of examples, like... This is an old movie now, but like the movie Snatch is kind of like we're making Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels again, which is also an old movie, but like we're making it with a bigger budget and with some actors that maybe you know better. But that's even then, like the whole process of producing a movie, you know. Every once in a while you reuse footage. So the original ending for Blade Runner actually used footage from The Shining. But that's pretty rare. Essentially, when you're making a movie, when you're making a sequel, you have to make the entire movie and you don't really have that much infrastructure. The best that you have is that there's sort of an established set of expectations from the first movie, but even then, especially for Hollywood, if you want to make your money back, you can't necessarily take it for granted that that people have seen the first movie. A perfect example of this is Terminator 2, where like the whole opening of the movie plays with this ambiguity as to which Terminator is the good one and which is the bad one. But if you watch the trailer for Terminator 2, like there's no ambiguity about it. You know which one is the bad Terminator. And so, people who saw Terminator and then watched Terminator 2 potentially have a very different experience of those opening moments than people who are, watching Terminator 2 in isolation. Or have seen it watching the trailer. For a video game, though, there's certain amounts of code that you can reuse. There are certain design decisions. So, this is the one thing where movies and games have a little bit of overlap, which is all of the lessons you learned about the form. Everything you learned about making a movie in that movie. Here's something that works for an effects shot. Here's a convention in terms of how I shoot this particular actor that communicates an idea that's really effective for me, right? The first time that somebody learned that doing handheld gives this documentary feeling, or maybe it's good at introducing a little bit of tension or visual motion. Those sorts of things you can take through. But in terms of games, there's just so much more that you can bring across. And so as a result, Age of Wonders Planetfall takes all of the stuff from the fantasy game and then builds on it. I think they streamline a lot of the systems to make it a better game overall. But one of the things that I think is weird is that the change to the science fiction setting, in the fantasy game, I always equip like the new stuff that I pick up. In the science fiction setting, I almost never equip this sort of stuff. I always go with my default weaponry. And I really can't account for why
Objective completed.
Why I feel differently about those two. It may also just be because maybe in the science fiction setting, the idea of having... So I feel like in fantasy settings, you tend to use a lot more melee weapons, and it's more of an obvious default choice, whereas in a science fiction setting, obviously there's melee unit. I just got a melee unit, but perhaps it's just the idea that so much of my army is built around a particular kind of weaponry, that switching out that type of weaponry creates more of a disruption than I think it's worth. So for instance, which of my 2 heroes do I want to turn into a melee unit? I don't actually have an easy answer for that. All right, Vengeance is Vine. We thank you profusely for destroying the creatures that slew our saplings. You have proven yourself a friend of the growth. All right, so these things move fast, but I will add them to the army of misfit units. So we don't have that much movement. I think I probably underestimated how fast these guys are in reality, but... And the idea here, I do want to raise a few Imperial defenses, but I also think I want to go a little early on the buildings too. So I think what I'm going to do is, because this unit obviously moves slowly, we're probably going to take these units and take out the defenses while this unit sort of moves in for support. And then when everybody's in position, we're able to take out their colony. Of course, the drawback there is that I'm telegraphing what I'm attacking, and so they're going to be able to build up their defenses. All right, so one of the things I've been focusing on for these improvements has been... one of the things I have been focusing on has been additional mods for my units. Because I know I have a certain upkeep, and I'm not necessarily going to be able to generate that much more energy at any given moment, I want to make sure that I want to improve my ability for units to sort of deal with any situation and deal a maximum amount of damage. That's sort of priority number 1. And with that in mind, focusing on mods is it's my most, in my view, it's my most cost-effective method. If I do tactical operations, well, I need to pay energy for that. Now that I'm only generating 6 energy a turn, and the fact that I want a lot of my energy per turn to go towards building additional armies, I can't really afford to... I really can't afford to be dropping that many tactical operations. What I can afford to do, though, is pay a fixed cost, and then I just raise enemy territories. I take the energy and I use them to give my units better weapons. And so I want a certain degree of specialization for my weapons if I can. So for instance, focused Sinalysis module, sonic weapons hit with armor melt, 10% additional damage. All of these things are pretty good. Photon acceleration, extra level of stagger impact to laser weapons. Again, that's a pretty good improvement. Now, discerning systems. I mean, this is a Shikaran improvement. The ability to gain analyze, the ability to gain detection. All of these seem like pretty good improvements. The one main reason I would want to do this is so that I can eventually get a propagator, but am I going to be able to afford a propagator right away? Or is this something that I'd be willing to wait a little while for? And then, of course, is there something that I can get in terms of the synthesis track, which I really don't use as often as I should? Is there something in here that might get me something that's a little bit more useful? So I am looking for good strategic operations. Mechanical and cyborg units take 20% of their current health and damage and become compromised. Interesting. Won't help me against Poztok Nor, but might help me against the Autonom if I go to war with them. These strategic operations are pretty... maintenance demons, all integrated units. Aha! So it's 80 energy, but a nice big heal, especially given the fact that I can put synthesis integration on. The combination of these two might lead to some good opportunities. But again, the question is, which of these do I want to put down first? So Parrying Grenade doesn't make me that excited at the moment. I don't know, there's something about going deep down this analysis application that seems pretty strong. I'm just trying to think if I'm coming up against any particularly armored units. You know what, let's run with it. Entity Naranga Odd, known collaborator with Autonom enemies. This is a warning to keep relations intact. Entity must stop collaborating with Autonom enemies. I can actually quantify, so I was a little worried about what my relations with people might be. I believe I can quantify the effects. Completed quest. Normally it also tells you when they're mad about you doing quests for other people. Guess not in this case.
Empire task completed.
The emissary. Hiring a dedicated team of xenologists aids your communication with the natives on this planet. You get 100% more influence from quests. Nice, but I don't think I want to spend the energy on that. Although there is something to be said for buying up some of the new units. Alright, for the time being, I think I'm just going to stick with what I've got. I might need to make a quick trip to the bathroom, which is a shame because I know whenever I do that, the concurrents go down a little bit. But let's try and give it at least one more turn. It'll give me a sense of urgency in my explanations if I hold back my... Dali Ardeli, marvelous! More fans of fear and fell dominance have come to join the stage of Dali Ardeli's greatest performance. The Elop Confederation may have rejected my offer to act as ambassador to the Syndicate, denouncing my torture practices as barbarism. Instead, they're still all over that runaway slave dog, Marlock Tenor. Pathetic. But luckily, this was never my primary reason to come to Parliament Alpha. The sounds from the abyss have called me, summoned me, enticed my artistic appetite. As a disciple of Sinumbra, I'm used to a lifestyle of heavy metal, but the future I have glimpsed during the past few days is even more hardcore. They are awake, those who slept beyond the abyss, and now they need to be greeted and welcomed in a way that is worthy of their presence and of my reputation as an artist. I've already built and set the stage. The ambience will be provided by your war. Now the only thing that's missing is a fitting sound system to blast away the audience. That's where you come into play. My scouts have witnessed the power of your sound-based weapons on the battlefield. Their deadly resonance provides the exact intensity level that I've been looking for. You have a curious interest in death and suffering, human, and you are bold to approach the Scarlet Scepter with your request to share weaponry. Very bold. It is your immense luck that you and your band of death greeters are too insignificant to be considered a threat from us, or your career would be meeting a literal dead end now. Any assistance you might receive from our hands would be nothing less than an act of courtesy. Consider this conversation a message to the Syndicate people that there can be gentrification for those that bow down to the might of the Shakarn. Alright, Dali Ardeli wants you to provide him with a sound system power enough to tear the abyss open. A couple of repurposed sonoblasters will do. By the way, I love these colors are very Decepticon. Which colors are you thinking in particular? My faction's colors, or... I love this idea, by the way. The heavy metal artist that takes a look at the fact that I've got sound-based weaponry and decides that this is the most hardcore way they can boost their profile. Purple and black. Yeah. So my units. The question, of course, is where do I want to put this? Because obviously every turn that I dedicate to that mission is time that I don't build infrastructure. So here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to put this... I pretty much have to build some kind of military infrastructure. The fact that these guys have not ripped apart my... I've not ripped apart Shroud Swamp is already pretty lucky. The upgrade, though, I think I can hold back on. By the way, Johnny, I think you might have this through your Humble subscription.
Weakness reveals itself not by hastily striking. Listen carefully to what shakes a foe. The strongest armor can be rendered brittle. Simply amplify its resonant frequency. They may be strong, but they cannot abide our cunning. Yoshi's Tone, the hidden tactician.
So the big problem with the Sonolysis application is that it's going to cost me 5. It's going to cost me 5 Cosmite for each unit that I that I equip it on. Now, if I want to build a colonizer, right now I need to wait 2 turns to get enough cosmite for a colonizer. If instead I upgrade my units, I'm going to be able to upgrade, what is it? It's definitely not 10, 8 of them. So I think given, I suspect probably I'd be able to upgrade the full armies for the armor melt. The question, of course, is whether or not that's worth it right now, and whether or not I would be willing to wait the 10 turns to be able to build a new colony,
available for priming.
or if maybe I want to hold back until I've secured a little bit more cosmite.
Everyone needs an excuse to do what they wanted all along. They have stuff that we want. Who decided they get to keep it just because they got there first? Zerera Tan of House Voyan, diplomatic consort.
All right. So this, of course, gives me a fairly good argument for the colony infrastructure. Operation effectiveness, again, if I want to put down another doctrine, and that's not, I mean, it's not terrible if I do. You know what, I think I'm going to do... Yeah, colony infrastructure is going to help me the most, I think. And this is just because I said I wasn't going to do as many tactical operations because of the fact that I wanted to leave my energy reserves for units and upgrades and whatnot. So this unit's it's worth remembering that this unit's invisible to the enemy right now. This guy, however, will not be invisible. You're about to trespass. If your army is seen trespassing, this will incur a relations penalty, and your units can be attacked without war being declared on you. Are you sure you want to enter the domain of Pause Technor? Absolutely. So again, the idea here is going to be to try and raise some Imperial defenses as well as the enemy base. Although, if they leave this wide open, we're going to be able to... So, if there are no defenses here next turn, I am absolutely going to send my guys in to take it as soon as possible. All right, now I need to have a pretty compelling reason to get sound augmentation next. So sonic attacks gain a 12 strength chance to apply resonate, reducing kinetic resistance for 2 turns. 20% is nice, but sonic weapons apply reverb, repeating damage to units, a stacking effect that deals 15 damage to the units and adjacent allies when it reaches 3 stacks. I just don't think I'm actually going to get 3... Well, with repeating weapons I might. 18 turns is a long time to wait, though, so I think... I do eventually want to do discerning systems, but I know it's going to be a while until I can build new units, so let's get the demon deployment and the information control out of the way. Actually, autonomous repairs, subroutines is better. Just 10 turns. Yeah. I think I'm going to get a little synthesis, and then we can double back to the Shakarn units.
Incoming communication.
You need to really think this relation of ours, Noranga Odd. Bleeder scum, we dream of you meeting a swift and paltry end, just as you deserve. So, I mean, we've got a Casus Belli against them, that's nice.
Incoming communication.
What is your major malfunction, soldier? The crud on my dog's paws would make a more competent leader than you. If I were you, I'd have shot myself into the sun years ago.
Happiness event.
The Amazon aren't yelling at me yet. Due to the happiness of your population, there's a boost in knowledge income. Okay, that explains why I didn't have to wait 3 turns for that tech. If I'm feeling particularly hard done by, I can always prioritize energy, but I want to... I'd prefer that to just grow naturally. An unidentified force. An unidentified force of hostiles has been reported close to our empire. We should deal with them to find out more about their origin. I forgot about these guys. So the key on these ones is to take out these 2 units. As soon as you do that, these ones go away. I really hope they don't come after my base. So let's see whether or not True Heights gets any defense. Okay, looks like there are... So this is going to be the big challenge. Do I make the move on True Heights knowing that there's going to be retaliation against potentially weaker forces, or do I take advantage of the fact that they're... This will declare... Yep. Declare war and pause to ignore. This action will reduce your reputation due to your casus belli and pause and ignore. Both of your popular support and that of the enemy will increase. So declared war with major casus belli on a high reputation commander, or... Yep. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Okay, well, I'm not quite ready for that, actually. Now I am. And the music just got awesome. Holy smokes. Happiness is really good for, this is really good for my, my energy production. I am really nervous about what these guys are gonna do. I'm gonna hold the line on this, but I feel like I'm making a mistake. All right. Oh, it's the upkeep reduction. So we're going to have that for 20 turns. And then, of course, we can go to when we declare another war. I completely... So that's the big advantage. In fact, I believe... so what's the maintenance costs here? That's 6... Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that the upgrading the units also reduces the upkeep. Okay, so I got 12, 15, 18, 21. Yeah, so I can't afford another 6 stack. Well, I mean, it also invites the question as to whether or not you want to play it, Johnny. I know, just because I like a type of game. Oh, hang on, this isn't a base. I'm putting so much effort into this, and completely neglecting to realize that this is the base here, not... Alright. Well, we're committed. I will try the auto combat. I just want to see where... a bit of damage, but nothing we can't come back from. Alright, this is going to be a little... this is a little less dramatic. Now, maybe now is the time to consider a monitor. I'll try a steel map, but I'm trying to get the sort of the achievement, so I need to prime at least one strategic operation. And I'm totally fine leaving Naranga Odd where she is right now. We want to move as a unit so that the AI doesn't clobber us. Ah. That's, well, I mean, it's spread out damage, so... Okay. This is a worry. This is definitely a worry. I kind of feel like we'd be able to handle this, but they're also going to have a militia backing them. So if I want to push ahead, I am definitely going to need... I'm going to need everyone in the army, and that of course means that I'm going to have to ignore this this threat here. I don't know why I'm getting so bold, but... Let's see if they decide to meet us. Yeah, they're definitely bulking up. Well, that sucks. This is what I get for not building up that military infrastructure earlier. So if I'm going to save myself, it's going to be through taking out the Naga and through taking out the Strix. And these guys do some pretty devastating damage. Let's start by getting our guys into some cover. And if I get a chance, being able to hollow shift will be a good edge. But I don't want to count on it. See, if I was them, I would definitely be very focused on getting the enthralled, the 2 enthralled units into the fight and keeping these back. These guys do some devastating damage, by the way. So again, if I can hollow shift, that'll be helpful. But I also know this guy's particularly fragile. I've had a battle like this before, so this is definitely going to involve a little bit of cat and mouse. Let's see whether or not we can pull it off. Alright, if they split up, that's actually a potential opportunity for me.
Operations available.
Interesting. So the important thing to remember, of course, is that if I'm able to stagger... Yeah, so we took some damage, but we know the damage is going to be happening. What we need to make sure is that we're able to take out the biggest threats. That's a pity I'm not able to do more against them. Now, because they're out in the open like this, it's possible that they're going to take a hit that staggers them. Now, can I steal anybody's soul? No. So I'm going to try and present them with something of an attractive target. I was just thinking if there's a way... Oh, yeah. Ah, damn it. This might be a time where it's worth it. Actually, that would have been better before their Overwatch. They're probably going to throw that grenade. Okay, good. Well, we got... Yeah, so this is the big thing. As long as I stagger this guy, they're not able to do their devastating damage. There's probably going to be consequences. Yeah, these guys do some pretty brutal damage. So I'm probably going to lose one of these guys this round. But again, if we can take out the Voidbringer, I get to feel a lot better about the Strix. Let's see how it goes. It's definitely up in the air as to whether or not this is gonna... Yeah. I was about to say, I got very lucky, but then that happened. Okay, that's smart. Oh, man. This is pretty much an all-in affair. These guys are not coming home after this. Holy crap. So if I want to damage that unit, it has to be... Oh, Jesus, I can't even take his, Alright, this is actually pretty bad. Alright, well, I'm gonna face-to-face. I think I'm gonna have to redo this one. So this is basically just so I can absorb him after the fact. Now the real dilemma here, so I want to do damage to this Voidbringer, which currently is able to do its full strength attack on me. The problem is any move I make that puts me in a position to damage it opens me up to the flank. This is a great move from the Hopper. And to be honest, I don't think I have any really good reply. So I'm going to roll the dice on this. If they stagger me, it's over. Yeah. I probably could have just read its ability. So I mean, now I just took damage for nothing. Let's see how it plays out, but at this point I'm pretty sure I just lost.
Eternal glory.
Yeah, so we'll give that one a try again. I think it is actually possible to beat this, but there's two big strategic errors that I made there. Tactical errors that I made in that. So again, peeling off units and focusing on the Voidbringer, big priority. Now that I know, I think I'm also going to be a little more aggressive in just the overall placement of all of these units. So these guys have a fairly long range. I should turn that into a virtue, not into a liability. Again, I suspect that some of my guys are going to take some damage on that round, on this round, but oh damn it, he's already going to be able to do the. Yeah, I might. This might be one that I have to redo again because I put them in range of the Voidbringer spike. I forgot I had to move one back and forward. All right, again, we'll see how it turns out. I'm also kind of interested now that I'm going to be moving a little more aggressively with my units. I am slightly curious to see how the AI responds in terms of its overall positioning. But if I was the AI, I'd be using the Voidbringer Spike on these guys to crush them right away. It's possibly the only time they're going to be able to launch one of those, because my hope is to stagger them to oblivion otherwise. Let's see how it goes.
Operations available.
Interesting. So... it's a higher priority to me to be able to stagger and damage both of these units. So this lets me move in for a good shot on the Voidbringer. More importantly, it also I mean, I already get well, turns out I didn't get the stagger. I get kind of the damage. Basically, there's a number of advantages from that particular attack. Now, unfortunately, I'm opening myself up to a grenade no matter what I do here. But at this point, it's just best that I acknowledge that's the price I'm paying, and I try and do as much damage as I can on this thing. Which is not much, it turns out. I'm not crazy about having this guy out of cover, but I don't think I have any attacks that I can do that help otherwise, so... All right. I was really hoping that that would hit, and it did. Now this is going to be an interesting one. I actually think taking over the hopper makes a bit of sense. So what I'm going to be able to do is an air leap on this guy. I believe an air leap only takes one move, so I can... Well... See, they're going to be able to get me no matter what with the air leap. You know, the defense would have still helped me a little bit. Well, again, the point here is to get into melee to just cause this guy some grief, so let's see whether or not we can pull that off. So with any luck, that might entice these units to not to use their grenade. Although if they kill him, I think they're going to be able to throw the grenade no matter what. Oh, nice. Okay, so nothing else for them to do. So I believe, yeah, they do get a, they're going to get an Overwatch. Yeah, I didn't really think that through. So this unit's kind of stuck in a not a particularly advantageous fight. Alright, as usual, we have a priority target. This might kill it. Okay, good. So now we get to focus this guy down. And again, even if it comes at the loss of units, I'm willing to take it. I don't think I can save mid-combat here, can I? Oh, can I? So I still think I get staggered and I can't do anything out of this, but... Yeah. Yeah, so the decision to go for the Hopper Hound was not a good one, but I believe we actually still... I think we can still win out of this. We'll lose some units, but... So the stagger prevents them from retaliating. Of course, they'll mop up this unit next turn. So the question basically becomes, are they going to be able to take these units out? You know what? It is actually possible. There is an outside chance that they'll be able to wipe out all these units. So if I was playing the AI, I would get this guy to take out this unit. So I think taking out this unit first. Yeah, this is the higher priority. So take out this unit first, then this unit, then this unit. Whatever's left over, this unit mops up. Because I believe each time they kill a unit, they get sort of a buff to their movement. Let's see whether or not they do that, though. Okay, they're starting on these guys. Okay, the miss possibly just saved me. Wow. Alright, I'm pretty sure we just won this. Now, I normally get really, really mad when this happens, but in this case, the AI delivered something that was good to me.
Our forces are victorious.
There we go. When the masters die, the slaves die as well. Glad I got that the first try. All right. If you'll excuse, I did threaten that I needed to go to the bathroom, and the time has come. So I hope you guys stick around. I'll try to keep it less than a minute, but it probably wouldn't hurt. I don't think I should do any more coffee because that would definitely give me that would definitely give me the reason why I haven't gotten any sleep. But I'll refill my water. I encourage you guys to get up, get a small stretch, and we will continue on with the campaign momentarily. I'm just going to take a quick minute and relieve myself. I forgot to mute the the mic, didn't I? All right. What is going on here? Oh, it's my alert box that sorry. Oh, Jesus. Professional stream. There we go. All right. So I think definitely I want to raise as much as possible. Ah, damn it. I should have raised that other... Actually, you know what? I can. I kind of want to raise everything anyway, but... Now, there is the interesting question... If I try and take him out here, I am in for a world of hurt because I've got militia, I've got... I'm just trying to think of the best way that I can sort of maneuver to make the magic happen. I definitely want to try and take out that... Yeah, actually. So here's how I angle that. I need to try and make sure that this unit's still somewhat defended, unless they don't have... Well, I'm not going to get an indication as to what the range on that is, am I? Yeah, we'll keep our people here just to protect this... Actually, with that in mind, I should commit to full raise. But yeah, so what I think we'll do is we'll maneuver around so that we can take this target first. If they want to reply, that's up to them, but we're going to force the issue. We might also be able to do... No, I don't think that'll work. I was thinking, it's like, what if we positioned a unit here as part of this attack? And then I was like, well, that still won't force these guys to defend, so... One way or the other, I'm going to have to work for that... I'm gonna have to work for that benefit. Let's just gonna try and find a place to mine. So these guys kind of need to stay put to defend any units that get attacked. Unidentified forces have been defeated. The attacking force has been revealed to have been familiar units. They were enthralled by unknown ferocious creatures now dubbed the Voidbringers. The incoming subfaction of Voidbringers has been given the name the Preternatural Occult by those who have been enthralled by them. This should give us an indication of the damage channel the invaders will bring down upon us. We must prepare for our armies for the incoming invasion of these Voidbringers. That's
Production ready.
definitely going to be the thing that I suffer from the most. There is something to be said for me building up another set of units. So if I were to do a pair of... We'll start with a pair of roaring for the time being. And in fact, let's change the order. Let's put the turrets on hold. I might even also do that for the... Right, we'll start that for now. See how the next few turns turn out. So again, a lot depends on how they're going to behave with this base. Of course, each... Oh. World event, interstellar trade convoy. They say it's bad luck to pass up a good deal, and we've just been offered one. A convoy of interstellar traders has hailed us, saying that they will trade some of their energy and knowledge for any goods or repairs that we're able to offer. Generate energy, generate knowledge, convert 50% of income instead of 25. Definitely not... I mean, that would be nice to have, but not. It's not enough... it's not enough to compel me to another move. Okay. Again, at this point I want to make sure that all of my units are in sort of this little triangle. If anybody gets out of position, then they're going to be able to come down on me pretty hard. Which of course is going to slow down my advance some. The plan here is going to be to take out the aerial denial system first. And then, I mean, if we have to do a frontal assault, we have to do a frontal assault. There's really no way that I'm going to be able to get around that. Autonom androids threaten carbon-autonom relations. Models EMA 3, Roy 2, serial numbers 135-456-AC44-135-456-AC44. Behavior out of bounds. Terminate rogue androids known as E-bots. Do you accept? Why not?
Operations primed and ready.
Alright, so at this point I just want success 40, 20... Our agent successfully hacked the enemy's data systems and managed to steal a huge amount of geographical information undetected. Data on 7,424 map cells has been collected. That is fantastic. So this gives us an idea of exactly what we're looking at as far as the invasion is concerned. So, once this falls... One thing I do kind of want to... I mean, this is not the best assumption for me to be running with. But I'm going to assume that the Amazon remains somewhat passive until we properly take out a faction. So... We don't have... Okay, so in terms of counterattacks, we don't actually have a very strong threat from Poztuk Nor until we start moving on Kozkix. So that gives me a chance to build up a stronger army if it comes to it. We can, of course, always try the approach of taking over the sector and converting it to our own ends, our own war machine. But I'm actually not that convinced that I'm going to be able to. I'm not really that convinced that I'm going to be able to hold it. So what I'll do instead is just raise everything and put it towards my own war machine. Yeah, the big... I guess the big detail out of all of this is that when it comes down to it, once the base is down, there's actually not that much territory that they really hold. Oh, this will probably be the easiest one to say. Like, if this is what they defend a 9 size base with, some of these are probably going to be kind of tough. All right. Something to think about for later. Okay, we can't move anybody else, so we're all sticking with this spot for now. Greetings, Naranga Odd. I have some valuable information on Nicole Krustis that may be valuable to you. Nicole Krustis insulted my empire. Nicole Krustis might do this again and is not to be trusted. Do I want to compliment them before I get more unit? Oh yeah, actually, here's a thing that I can do to... I should have thought of this earlier to get a boost to my forces. So I've got 2 spots available in this special unit. What I might do too is I might just build 5 in the base, and then we give the tactician sort of their own unit. So what does the growth have to offer me? There's 2 halves to this, actually. So there's the one where I want him to move out of the celery stock supply complex, although I believe to claim it, I would still have to, I'd still have to do the, sort of the quest. You know, with the influence I have already, let's just get some units. I need bodies to start throwing at the enemy, so. So let's do, what do we have? I think I can afford worker. Okay, I could afford another worker bee if I really wanted, but 3 is enough for now. Now, if I was really bold, I could maybe try taking out some of these rogue units, but I think for the time being, let's just let's do the moves that we can. So the worker bees to drop some of the healing. Dali has given a statement that has made us discover one of their personality traits. Compassionate. Friend to those with a low capability rating. They are more keen to reach out to players with a low capability rating. Okay. So again, I'm sort of relying on the Amazon. So the Amazon are still hostile, but we don't have war yet, and they are a pacifist. So I'm kind of counting on them not to become involved. My big aim right now is to take out Paz Nor, obviously with the help of my allies. First, basically take people out one by one and hope that they don't form a united front against me. All right, so it's 1, 2, 3. I definitely want another Deadeye. I've also pretty much given up on getting any colonizers with this loadout. And we'll see if these guys do any moves. If they don't, then we're in a position to take out the... Oh boy. Well, that's a shame. I think anything's going to save this guy, but let's see. Let's see if there's some magic we can perform. It would be nice if there was a retreat option. On the other hand, I can see how that is a... One of the things about retreat options in games like this is that they can become really irritating. Like, you just... It's like... So I haven't played a lot of it, but if you've ever played the original XCOM game, so this is the one by Julian Gollop from, I think, the 90s? The AI would play to win. And that would mean that if it was at a numerical disadvantage,
Operations available for priming.
it would... so there's really no advantage to me taking cover. What I want to do is have the... I kind of want to have the maximum distance to threat, so... We'll lob whatever bombs we can, or, you know, I just fail, and then run away each turn. But at this point, I think we just get ripped apart. If I'm lucky, I will damage one of these units before... Alright, so I'm not able to toss a bomb, but I can at least run as far away as possible. Again, I think we die still, but... Anyways, so in the original XCOM, this meant that if it was at a numerical disadvantage, it would try and run away and preserve itself. The challenge, of course, is that when you're trying to finish off a map, and you've got one alien left, you know, the alien doesn't want to die. The alien's gonna try and find its you know, the way it's gonna turn this loss into a win. But you, the player, are gonna be, you know, just hunting around this map for God knows how long. You know, wondering why the hell the game is making you go through all this nonsense.
We shall retreat for now.
So for a similar reason, right, you see this in Total War as well, like, you spend all this time chasing down a unit for seemingly no reason other than somebody at some point thought it was a really good idea to put the ability to run away in the game, and it can be really frustrating. So with that in mind, I kind of get why this game doesn't have a retreat option, but it definitely... You know, when I'm in situations like that, I do feel a little bit bad that I don't have some more diverse options in terms of getting myself out of a pickle. Okay, so there's a very specific pattern that I want to... we're not close enough. Okay, that's fine. Ah, damn it. Wait, where's the autosave? Oh, damn it. I messed up. Well, fine, that's fine.
Operations available for priming.
It's actually possible I'm not able to do the move that I want on this objective. So here we'll just auto. Okay. So as much as I would like to try and deal with the bots, I know that these units on their own aren't necessarily going to be able to carry the day. Okay, so I still can do this. No, what the... So the reason I can't sit like this is that my units are wide open. I'm specifically trying to move them as this triangle and still be able to take objectives. But so it looks like... So the worst thing that I could do, of course, would be to move up one unit like this. That would be a death sentence for this guy. Although... Looks like I can do this instead. But yeah, the idea is that these guys need to be in a little triangle around these hexes, because as soon as one of these units moves out, every single one of these units are going to rush in and try and take them out. All right, so we'll see if that gets me.
Operations available for priming.
In Master of Magic, the retreat option gave a 50% chance of losing each unit independently in the army. If you're completely overwhelmed, you could try to get away, but each time you retreated, you almost certainly suffered attrition. Eventually, the whole stack would fail the roll. Yeah, actually, that sounds like a decent way of doing it. I mean, every game's going to find its own balance in terms of working it out. I think, you know, the biggest... obviously, the biggest determining factor for these kinds of decisions should be what is the most fun. You know, in the case of XCOM, it's very hard to say that. So, like, perfect example here. Let's take the Master of Magic option that Bast Worshipper just brought up. Welcome, by the way. It's good to see you again, Bast Worshipper. You know, if I knew there was a 50% chance of me losing this unit, would I take it? Well, of course I would. You know, another example might be, like in this one, there's no way that you could retreat. I think it would be interesting if they did something like, if you can successfully get to the other side. So you know how like the enemy can retreat from the battle, you can't. I think what would be interesting is if your unit is capable of moving, if you say to an unoccupied hex, then basically they're just gonna you know, you're just going to turn around and run away. But let's say that you're able to move to the hex, like so, or to the side of the to the side that the enemy has. Like, so if you're able, like chess, right? You move a pawn to the other side. Like, if you're able to move your unit to the retreat section on the enemy's side. Now, this is kind of hard when you're surrounded on 6 sides, but I figure, you know, do the greatest distance even. I feel like that's a question where you're like earning your retreat. And so in this case, you have sort of some tactical options to make this fight more interesting. The problem with no retreat here is that there's not a whole lot for me to do. And at this point, I really need to think about, well, what are the threats to me from the surrounding area? Well, it's clear that the threat that's actually attacking me is one that I couldn't see from anywhere. And so it's like, well, maybe you should have used the strategic operation to find the nests and whatnot. You know, there's lots of different things that you can do to sort of get yourself out of a position like this. But it seems to me that for the purposes of this tactical battle, there's nothing interesting for me to do. It's just sit down and take it. Whereas what Bast Worshipper is describing is like, well, would I flip a coin to see if I lose this thing? Well, clearly I would. And then I'm not necessarily in a good position. You know, I'm going to have to give up the prospecting, and I've still got hostile units. But I'm able to make some more interesting decisions than what I've been given right now. And then, you know, likewise, if you think about Total War, you know, you spend so much effort to move your army to go and take out this one enemy in an area. You know, do you feel very good that that enemy was able to, you know, waste so much of your time? You know, generally the answer to that is no. So I think the way I'm gonna... Here's what I think I'm gonna do. So, yeah, so we only have these transcend. So, of course, this is a way that I also get to pick apart the enemy army. There's a specific way that I want to take out this tile. So we're gonna... Well, let's see what the auto combat does. I'm probably gonna manual combat it. Yeah, let's see if we can take less damage. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, you know, in this case also too, you know, committing multiple units because you really want to take that thing out. I can see that as being an interesting strategic option. I definitely think, like, I'm largely on the side of Age of Wonders on this, saying that removing the retreat option leads to some of the more interesting choices. You know, in this case, you need to think about your units. You need to think about what you're giving up in order to achieve your goals. And as a result, I think in this case I'm going to put down a disposable body just because I want to reduce the amount of damage that I'm taking. And because this is so the thing here is these guys are melee units, These guys are flying units. It's actually better for me to go around the edges and take these guys out. Again, this is because I know that I don't have any consequences for there's no way that they're going to be able to escape, so they might be able to get a flank in with the oh no, this unit's okay. So the idea here is I'm going to be going after the Transcendence first, and I'm going to try to avoid the flying unit. These units are going to have to close the range, so basically I want to take out the Transcendence first. By the time these guys come in, we should be able to mop them up. Frenzied. I'm trying to remember what a Frenzied is. I feel like there might be more interesting options for me. Trying to find my other... I feel like there's another set of units that should be involved in this fight. Oh yeah, there they are. Oh yeah, we got this sewn up. Again, I am going to play it somewhat cautiously on this first round, just so I can get an idea of where the AI is going. I suspect the Transcendents are going to go up to this part of the map, but I don't want to put my people in range of a potential attack. Although now that I know what I know... Yeah, so I might have gotten the ranged attack on this Infiltrator. I'm sticking with it. Again, this is probably a little overly cautious, but if they go aggressive with this unit, then this guy's going to be... And they will, because the Transcendent is the one that's taking the damage. This guy will be able to sort of reply. What I need to do is get a stagger on this unit here. Now, we do have a slow coming up. And without detection, maximum range of all abilities is 5. Okay. I'm not in a defensive position, but I feel like this is... I think this is justifiable, knowing that we'll be slowed soon. Okay. I think I'm just going to go all in on the Firebrand. I'm debating as to whether or not I want to call an Insider here, because we've already made a pretty aggressive choice with the Firebrand. See, this guy has Overwatch, so... Still don't think I'm going to be able to do that much with this unit, but again, we'll see what we can pull off. Yeah, so no shots on these guys, but again, I get to do some Overwatch too. I don't want to be too reckless with the recon, but what I am going to do is... Actually, this isn't... I wanted to be a little braver than I actually was. Here, though, with this guy, I'm going to go for the chip damage, even if it's just a little. Alright. Let's see what the consequences of my choices are. Okay, we only had a few slows. The units that I don't want slowed are the ones that did wind up slowed, but... So I think that choke that they imposed, that's actually going to force the Firebrand to walk through that. So we'll get most of that back through my heal. Same idea, we'll get most of it through the heal.
Operations available.
I will admit, I'm a little surprised they went so hard on this guy. So he's currently flanked by this flying unit. That's not great. Can I pull off an Omni shot? Not in an exciting way. Staggering Force. Let's go for it. Okay, so before we do anything else, what I'm going to worry about is seeing if we can break the connection with the Transcendent. So because I'm slowed, this becomes a lot harder to pull off. So it's a 35% chance. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's no way that I'm actually going to impose the Okay, well, if best I can do is disoriented, then it makes sense to... Yikes. This is just waiting for some terrible AoE effect. Alright, not looking great. I think at this point, let's try and... So again, the pain's being transferred into this unit here, but I gotta work with what I've got. Nothing else is going to be able to do damage, so even even imposing a bit on the Transcendent is better than nothing. All right, now Naranga Odd. This is going to be the big deciding factor, I think. If I'm able to, oh, you know what? I played this really badly. I should have got her to jump, drop the grenade on the two Transcendent. I wonder if I could pull that off. Yep. Oh, that was so bad. So, one of these, all that damage that went to this Transcendent could have gone to that unit instead. I knew I was doing something foolish. All right, we'll live with the choices we made. So these guys have been slowed, regrettably. I don't have any options on taking that guy out. Oddly enough, I feel like this guy is the higher priority target. This guy's already locked in with my firebrand. So if I can't damage the Kirko unit, at the very least I can bring the pain on the other units. Oh, that's shameful. All right. This is a particularly poorly run round. However, I do have one small advantage. I do have these. I do have the ability to get some healing in after the fact. So this guy can't do anything next turn. This guy can only do one. Okay, so he's not. I don't think he's going to be able to attack. Yeah, I don't think this guy can do anything. So we'll see. We'll see what the cost is in terms of health for these bad decisions. Well, as long as they're not doing the link with anybody. Yeah, no damage. Okay. This is good.
Enemy eliminated.
I was hoping there'd be some kind of a flank that I could get against this guy, but it doesn't look like it. So I guess with that in mind, you know, why not just cross the... I only get one shot each time anyway.
Enemy eliminated.
Alright. So, ideally, I'm going to be able to save this guy to put a heal on the Firebrand, but we're going to wait until the Firebrand's sort of taken its maximum damage before we make that decision. Alright, so I don't see a situation in which that Firebrand is going to take any more damage, but again, let's deal with reality rather than best wishes.
Enemy eliminated.
So now, just to keep myself preserved for the oncoming fight, we'll do the Hollow Ment. It also removes the slow, but I don't exactly want to throw this guy into the melee again. Now, my Infiltrator I haven't really been using for anything, but we'll take advantage of some cover and some stuns to do the chip damage on the Transcendence. Sleeper Agent looks like they're... Oh, yep, they can do some work. Again, it's a single action attack, so that one is kind of fine to just go running across the map. So obviously, Naranga Odd is going to be in the better position to finish the job here.
Enemy eliminated.
And then the rest of the forces should just mob in and deal with the Transcendent. So. I accidentally hit my boy, which is going to create some complications in terms of targeting. I'm going to try and get another flank on him by... so these guys turn each time you attack them. So I want to see if I can get a flank. Nope, not quite. I wonder if another unit's going to be able to make the magic happen. Not really. So I'm going to need a little bit of luck. I don't think I'm going to be able to seal the deal. Yeah. I wish I had an idea about what the damage on the Omni Rush would be. Because really this is kind of a coin toss as to whether or not I'm going to be able to take him out, but...
Superior once more.
So again, a little bit of damage, definitely much less than what the AI gave us, which means that we're in a better position to deal with the counterattack. So of course we'll raise the aerial system. So now basically if the AI wants to attack any one of these units, they're going to have to deal with the whole 3-stack. We are going to be in a slightly stronger position. They are going to have a militia to help them out, but we've got some of our best units against some of their more, I don't know, a little more vanilla units. Okay... So Quaking Shields is a little tempting if I want to equip her with a melee weapon. The thing is that I've not really set her up to be a big jump in and get your hands dirty kind of a commander. Electrification subroutines units in the hero's stack have a strength 8 chance to apply electrified, doing damage over time and reducing target accuracy. Only okay, this is definitely. So that's apparently a mod that everyone gets now, if I'm not mistaken. I guess we'll have to see next combat. Now, I don't know if these guys are going to be in on the big battle, but we can do our best. These guys are just going to stay put, as are these guys. I mean, we could of course try and make this move, but that would be not smart. These guys have got a little bit of a walk ahead of them. God, sorry, my head's swimming again. This is the lack of sleep. Iona Kaleri has insulted my empire. Lyra Kalini might do this again and is not to be trusted. I absolutely love... So, obviously, you know, Shakarn is this giant, badass warlord. I mean, just look at that, right? And I just love how completely fragile he is over this insult. I know it's not quite intended to be read that way, but it's really funny. I think I'm still going to prioritize... So again, like, this is why strategy games are fun. You're given all sorts of choices to make, and you have to sort of shake your fist at the heavens over not being able to do everything you want. So 2 infantry, an infiltrator, long-range sniper, theoretically a commander at some point. Do I really want to give them another recon unit? They're not the strongest. You know, a second Deadeye would not... It feels a little gross because they're so slow, but... I can definitely see them doing some work. And again, ideally, I'm going to have a lot of different stacks running around, raising different, different sector bases and whatnot.
Happiness event in colony.
Due to the happiness of your population, there's a boost in energy income. Colony receives 182 energy.
Operations available for priming.
I am very interested in seeing how they reply. I think they're probably just going to wait for me to come after them. I don't remember if I saved, but now, I mean, we're going to be making some big decisions soon, so I think now is not a bad time to go in. The one thing that's nice is that I wasn't as aggressive as I could have been, but I feel like the more aggressive approach has... Okay. Just trying to be a little thoughtful of unit placement so that we can get the biggest advantage in the fight. So, yeah, so I should explain this positioning. So the idea here is that one of these units is going to have to move into the central tile, so that can either be... I mean, the big thing here is that ideally when we take this place over, all of these units are going to be wiped out, so I guess it doesn't matter as much as you would think. So I don't really see myself going with the auto combat here, but I am a little curious what the AI would do with it. So we'd lose not as much as you'd think. In fact, I might have even been willing to let the AI take that over had I not lost this infiltrator. But I feel like we can do better. Plus, I mean, this is the fun part of the game, right? So they don't have turrets. That's reasonably good. One other nice thing. So other than the Barrager, they are really not... I mean, yeah, they can be entrenched and all of that, but these are all physical units for the most part. Oh, no, there's the ranged unit. All right, this guy is a big problem. The Barrager is a pretty high priority target, although it's going to be a hard one to get close to. And then, of course, there's the chance that we get the slow. Although the slow might work in my advantage, because if they wind up pushing too far ahead with their flying units, we might be able to take advantage of that. So, I am a little worried about these hordes. Obviously, once they get into close range, this is going to be very hard to deal with. But I think if we concentrate our forces, we should be able to make some magic happen. All right, so we're going to do our usual buff. I figure sniper on sniper is kind of fun. Regrettably, it does not appear that they're able to take the shot, so we'll put them behind cover. I suspect that they'll still be under threat. Oh, that's right, because of the maximum distance from the shroud generator. Yeah, so they're able to do a bit of damage. Now is definitely a time to, I think for both of my commanders, now is the time that we put as many people on the board as we can. Now I am somewhat interested to see whether or not we can take some shots. Yeah, if I can take some shots at some flying units, I will. Obviously, I'm a little worried about the ranged units, but not as much as being able to get these quick shots off. Let's see if we've got more exciting things we can do with our infiltrator first. Again, this is a bit of a risky play, just given how close everyone's going to be, but I'm going to try and get the early shots. Oh, I screwed up because he's got... Oh no, hang on, this is the ground unit that has it. So yeah, what I'm just trying to do here is spread the love on the opening rounds, and then just pull these guys back in the next turn. Oh, I forgot. I get a second shot with this guy too. Oh no, I can't do that first turn. I forgot. Obviously, there's going to be flying units afterwards, but I want to be pretty careful that I'm not just throwing my aerial units into certain death. I want to be somewhat thoughtful in terms of how they do their dirty work. You know, an armor melt would not be out of place. Excuse me. I do think I need to move these units. I was talking about consolidating my units. I do actually need to make sure that I make good on that. Otherwise, I'm going to find myself in a tough position. Alright, so the big decision now is going to be how much risk I'm willing to adopt with this recon unit, because it's all well and good for me to try and put some hurt on this Unleashed. This Unleashed is at full strength, and I don't see any way that they can really... I don't see any way that I can damage them. And it's a similar story with this guy, so I want to be careful about everything in this area. And then, actually, I have no idea how far this guy's range is. Alright, so I'm going to move this guy close, but not fully engaged. Okay, so it looks like none of my flying units can actually participate in the fight. I'm not going to put down any boys yet. Again, my view, in my view, an aerial versus aerial attack here is not worth it. The barrage is almost certainly going to put, where was it? Chemical discharge. This is probably going to hurt a lot, but we'll find out whether or not the chip damage to the air unit. The thing is that the earlier I can get the air units taken out, the sooner that becomes an advantage for taking out targets of opportunity in the enemy area, particularly against something like the Barrager, because there's only so many times that they can throw the gunk at my guys. So we'll see whether or not the damage that these two take is worth it, but I have a feeling in the long run it will be. The melee-focused units, I'm definitely okay, especially because these are the more expendable ones. I'm definitely okay moving these guys closer to the fight. All right, that brings us back to the infiltrator. So it looks like I do get a cheeky little shot on this guy. That's the frenzied. Okay. Because there is a chance that I can stagger, I really shouldn't be doing this with my infiltrator, but I am going to try and get a little extra electrified. I mean, it's damage over time. That's still welcome. And yeah, I want to move this guy in, but I don't want to move him into a point where he's too threatened. So I am going to drop a bunch of boys next round, though, to make life miserable for them. This has a... Oh, this will be interesting, actually. So I can pull this guy back, but I get the heal next turn. So I'll move the unit in closer, but we won't actually take advantage. So I was thinking, like, maybe I pull this guy back and give the Barrager less of a reason to lob its misery. But I actually think a little bit of damage is good for the guy. Okay, Sonic Emitter Drone, deploy Sonic Emitter Drone that damages nearby units and then self-destructs after 2 turns. Repair tools, heal, target, mechanical, or cyborg unit for 30. Do we even have... Oh yeah, we've got a couple. Rallying Cry, rallies their allies. All friendly units ignore morale penalties for 2 turns. I mean, I feel like our morale's pretty good. And of course into Overwatch. I'm not too confident in terms of what the Overwatch is going to give me here, but it's really the only option I have. Ah yes, and the Firebrand. I mean, the Firebrand also doesn't have cover, so you know what? This is definitely a big, bold play. I'm going to move him front and center. Oh, you know what? I kind of regret doing that. I should have set him up with defenses. Anyways, I am basically given... I want them to... I'm kind of giving them the come at me, bro, target. I think Psionic Mending is a once per turn affair, so... Oh, I didn't think about these guys getting the vomit. This might hurt. I was kind of hoping they'd be targeting the Firebrand with all of that. Yeah, so overall this is a bit more damage than I wanted to be taking on this first round. However, given that the choking vomit has now been used, this means that I can engage them at range. Basically, somebody has to deal with the initial attacks. So as long as this buys me a good position, I shouldn't panic too much. The big question is going to be about this Firebrand, because the Firebrand... Oh, this guy is in trouble.
Operations available.
Okay, let's see what I can get away with. So first question is, can I... No, I can't do anything interesting. Those are some brutal numbers. I mean, I'll do the best with what I got here, but I'm not feeling too confident. We're also out of cover in all of this, but... So the stagger on this unit is particularly important in order to stop their most powerful snipes. I'm kind of making a dog's breakfast out of this assault, to be completely honest. This whole right-hand side is not developed enough. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with this, but this is going to be amazing if I do. Oh, so close. I'm hoping because he's a commander, he gives them... he makes them a slightly more attractive target. Alright, let's see if my avatar can... So the biggest thing is I really... Well, okay. I failed to get my stagger any other way, so now the sniper is less of a threat. Let's wait on this guy because I might need him to do some healing. So it seems if I move out of this thing, I potentially get blinded. Maybe it's better for me to just hope for the best. Worked. I wish I kind of knew how much that electrification was going to be doing per turn. At this point, I think... I want to try and get a little bit more certainty in terms of these attacks than anything else. I do want to close the distance with the Barrager, but again, this Swift Beak is not really equipped to be going toe-to-toe with all of these units. This is why I need to kind of do a withdrawal of these units at some point. But ideally in such a way that lets me still deliver some hits. What I didn't anticipate was how much the slow is really going to be ruining my day. Okay, well here's an interesting... well no, because then I just leave him to his fate, so that doesn't... Yeah. I really don't have the options to say I want to do damage as well as move people out of harm's way. It's one or the other. I should have got him to... That was stupid. I should have got him to do some shots first. I really don't want to redo this thing over again. Alright, I'll try and play through as much as I want, but I kind of want to reload this just so I can get my senses back. I'm trying to decide if it's worth it to try and take out this unit in the sky. I think it is. Yeah, I'm just trying to drop as much disorientation and general misery as possible. I'm going to put him... He's going to be sort of a screening unit, so these aerial units are going to be looking for a target, but if they ultimately try and take this guy out, it's not quite as dramatic. I don't exactly want to sacrifice the Swift Beak, but I do also kind of want to put them in front of the hacker. Problem is that just becomes a good target for the Barrager. But what else am I going to do with the move, right? So again, this is a real shame because he should have been able to do a full, basically fire a full clip and then get pulled back by the tactician, but I sort of lost my senses. I'm wondering if the bees can do anything. Actually, I should have got the melting armor before anybody else was playing around with it. This is a melee attack, right? Yeah, so he's gonna sit back for healing before we really commit. All right. Man, that cloud is really cramping my style. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. This is probably a big target for the Barrager, but this is also... the Overwatch is going to give me a little something. Now, the sleeper agents. I really need to get these guys into the fight, because these are the ones that I actually can afford to lose. No, Naranga Odd. I do have the jetpack, but I don't know if that puts me in an interesting place. So maybe it's better I just do a full move on her, and then we jetpack next round. So I'll be honest, it's not, this is not the most, this is not inspiring the most confidence in me. But I'm going to start moving a little more aggressively against some of these units. It's a shameful display. Well, I know where they're going. Yeah. I forgot that that's a repeating weapon. That guy is public enemy number 1 now. Although, by destroying the cover, it did unlock a few of my guys to do some nasty things. Some of this is nerve-wracking, but... we knew that was coming. Oh, wow, they didn't go after the aerial units. Okay. So the biggest problem here was I didn't respect the slow. At this point, it might just make more sense to get them to come to me, but again, that just leaves the Barrager open to do. Oof. That's a flank. Oh no, it's not, because I don't think this thing can be flanked. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it. I guess we'll see what we lose. But I am reserving. So I've been trying to avoid the tendency to reload every time I lose a unit. I am, however, going to use this as an opportunity to learn a little bit more. Alright, it's better to take out the...
Enemy annihilated.
So there's a chance that the Omni Cannon completely takes him out, but... I think the same could be said if I move and shoot. It's a 45% chance, so it's still not great, but... I guess that means the boss man has to do the heavy lifting. Well, I'm willing to live with that. Oh my god, I completely forgot the Firebrand is walking cover.
Enemy eliminated.
Okay, that's a big boon. I still don't have a I mean, I don't have a good answer for this frenzied yet, but I'm starting to be able to put some people into play. Oh, damn it. Sorry. I wanted to use the high frequency blast against this flying unit. I'm gonna have to tie up a bunch of units to fix that. Again, they don't have any cyborg units, so this is a lot less helpful than it would normally be. Although, I think in this case, so I'm putting my avatar in a little bit of risk if there's a ranged unit after it, but I think this will bounce through...
Enemy eliminated.
Yeah, it didn't quite finish the job, but if I have a leftover unit, I think we can make something happen there. Okay, so one thing I gotta do is... get these guys' overwatches down. So I'm going to start with the sono frequency attack. This could go badly for me. It's a 55% chance, so they might just get an attack as a reply. All right, that could have been better, but that also could have been a lot worse. And then we do the same thing with the reverberating dagger. I wonder... No, it's probably better to... So again, this is just to free this guy up so that he can do his attacks. And ideally avoid the blinding cloud. Yeah. It feels like a waste, but at this point taking some pieces off the board is not the worst option in the world. I also, of course, have... there's two really important things that I get. So there's Press the Advantage. Target non-tactician friendly unit regains all action points. Then there is also... oh, right. Fallback is... Wait, can't use the ability for 3 turns? I thought... Oh, yeah, I guess it did actually take that long on that other turn. Never mind. This is... I mean, the Swiftbeak's kind of holding the line here. Although I suppose... Explosive Spit opens some options here. I should have done that before the Swiftbeak, but...
Enemy down.
I don't think I'm quite ready to... Yeah, see, the problem is that I wind up taking some Frenzied in the face. I was thinking of doing the Omni Rush. So... basically just so that I can put some more hurt on the Barrager. I guess it does give me a stagger. It still doesn't answer... Nah, you know what? Screw it. Anything I can do to minimize the... Oh, god damn it. Didn't stagger him. Oh, that's probably because this thing is stagger-proof, right? Stagger resist. Oh, resistant. Okay. So I mean, again, I'm still in danger with these Kirko units, but I think I'm gonna try something new here. So they get a they get to reply. All right, I need to be very careful in terms of how I choose my targets here, because again, some of these units are able to take me out in reply. There is something about jumping Naranga Odd into the middle of the fight here to take out the Barrager. Screw it, she's a hero. I don't think the grenade's worth it. Or I try and take out the flying unit. Oh, yeah, it's a tricky one. So I might lose a recon unit doing this.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay. How do I get myself out of the rest of this mess? So I kind of wanted the electrocution to do the work for that, but obviously I didn't have that option. So the question is, do I try and do some more damage to this unit here, or do I try and take out this? No, you know what? This guy's he's fighting a melee unit, so I feel like this is about as safe as I can play it. The priority should be damaging their aerial units that are potentially going to hurt line. Again, that could have been much better. Alright, let's see what my Raider can pull off. Well, I mean, he can eliminate the... You know what? Let's just eliminate the threat. Or not. Alright, let's see what the reply is. So this isn't a huge surprise to see the vomit. These guys should be overwatching? Yeah. So part of this is just a question now of seeing whether or not I can move the weaker units back in time. Ah, that's so upsetting. Where are they getting all this?
Necessary loss.
I wonder what's making all this morale work out. So yeah, the battle vomit was kind of expected, but these guys are pretty tanky, so I wasn't too invested in the loss. I'm definitely doing worse than the AI did on this one. Alright, well this is a fairly obvious one for me to start off with. Should have done that earlier, but... Of course, the challenge here is that I put myself in the middle of a bunch of people who are very good at melee. Screw it, they're staggered. So I'm assuming he burns to death. So the idea here is that before they're able to sort of best reply, we take them out. So they're going to be able to do a bunch of damage to this unit in the next round or so. But we're going to come in. We'll basically mop up before they're able to make us really pay. And I think at this point I'm going to focus on taking some pieces off the board rather than trying to get too fancy. The Transcendent is not that great of a threat in the grand scheme of things.
Enemy killed.
They must be blinded. So, I mean, I'll try and get a little distance. I'm rather worried that this guy's not going to be able to make it. Yeah, let's do the reverberating. So there's a couple things that this does. One, it ties them up in melee. It also gives the Transcendent another target. Alright, let's get my bees to deal with the...
Enemy destroyed.
Alright, I was hoping for a just world in which I would be able to get the range on the Transcendent, but no luck.
Enemy annihilated.
So I bet I can heal. Yep. So the pollen will help my raider. So the real question, I suppose, is where do I want to direct my next damage? My recon unit has actually been doing okay. I am going to try and bang away at its stagger. That was not so successful. This I really gotta try. Oh wait, it's a full. Yeah, I was a bonehead. And I am very disappointed in... Oh no. I was like, why am I not able to attack? Because I wasn't paying attention. So the Overload Virus would be really fun to use, but I don't have the range on it. Now I think if I go after this unit in particular, it's still going to bounce to his other comrades. Yes, it is. Ah! Shameful. This is probably the point I'd put down a recon boy, but at this point I really want to minimize the number of attacks that side of the map is able to do. This infiltrator probably doesn't really know what it's up all about at this point. All right.
Enemy eliminated.
As long as they don't die, I'm still happy. Alright, so we should be able to run this guy up. So the idea here is I'm going to get him to do some chip damage. Am I not able to reach him? It's not necessarily the most effective unit to be doing this with, but... surely the bees will be able to finish the job.
Enemy annihilated.
The really shameful thing here is that my sleeper agents are in the pink of health. Whereas the whole purpose of these things was to be able to produce a unit that sort of would absorb most of the damage. I would ideally like to find a unit that I can give a nice bonus heal to. I guess that's this guy. I probably didn't need to move so far away, but...
Superior once more. Unit.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the Butcher's Bill is a bit higher on my end. I think I'm actually going to live with this. I should really learn to live with the consequences of my actions, so... It's time, General Naranga. Give us a moment to test the new alpha strain on the masses. The moment to test the new alpha strain on the masses has come. Give the order to pillage the city and we can relocate the inhabitants to our prepared testing grounds. Don't do it, Naranga Odd. I beg you to stop this madness. What you are planning to do is nothing less than organized genocide. Explain to me this outrage, General Naranga. Not only is there a human carrying Shakarn weapons, knowing Shakarn's secrets, but he also has the audacity to eavesdrop on our conversation and interfere. It's not a secret when half of your troops are bragging about the biological weapon that will enslave the enemy. Listen to me, Naranga. You were wrong when you said that the Shakarn would never mingle with other species. Do you not mingle with us humans during the past 3 years? And what about all the other agents ever sent out for infiltration? You Shakarn have a remarkable talent for learning and fitting in with foreign cultures. What will be left of your own identity once you've wiped out every other civilization in the galaxy? I know that this is not who you are and what you want, Naranga, else you would have killed me back on Saladius 2. Oh, this is a really interesting one. I mean, I don't really like... This is one of the things that I find so difficult about Invasions, is that Invasions is essentially all about breaking this wonderful stuff that you ran into in the... all this wonderful stuff that you built in the earlier game. Let's do it. Defy the... I am sorry, my Chancellor, but I cannot burden my conscience with the lives of all these people. The human may be overly dramatic in his choice of words, however he has a point. There's no need for additional cruelty in this already gruesome war. You refuse to execute the direct orders of your Chancellor? This is treason, General Naranga. Lucky for you, the Scarlet Scepter does not forget your past merit on Saladius 2. But once this war is cooling down, it would be wise of you to request an early retirement. Oh, so we do get to... No, now I kind of regret destroying this outboat. Yeah, I guess we're absorbing now. So, in terms of my military tech...
Demons are persistent programs intended to provide services to the agent that deploys them. Demons consume system resources in service to their master. Every decent hacker has a few. I customize mine. They're like virtual pets. Digital overlord, hacker, anarchist.
So, seeing as we did lose the hacker, I suppose I need to do information control next. And I guess it was the... actually, it's not an ideal setup, but... so what I've done here is I've combined... So the hacker has now been replaced with the tactician. This will free me up to add sort of the unit... Misfit unit. It's not a permanent connection, but I think it'll do the trick. And we might even be able to deal with the quest. Let's Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these autonom insist that we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over the high spots to receive Sonoril's kiss. Destroy those that cut and clear away our vines. So now that I know... This is going to be a little risky because I'm dividing all of my forces and I don't necessarily know where sort of the next batch of sort of enemy units are going to be coming from. But I think at this point I'm going to take the opportunity to break some of these bases to achieve the goals. All right, let's say phase shift. Teleports to a target, hex, leaves 1 point. I mean, it's not the most exciting when he's got the Hasher SMG. Although he's running with bees, so we can make him an air commander. Yeah, we'll give him the phase shift, why not?
Incoming communication.
You are a warmongering brute and a disgrace to your kind. You see nothing beyond the scope of your weapon. Shame on you.
Empire task completed.
Okay. So, in terms of the next few turns, I'm thinking... got 1 unit to break this fortification and this this base. We'll be taking out the autonom here, probably with the help of our friend over on this side. Oh yeah, I'll really only be destroying 1 sector base. I also don't want to get too far away from this base, of course, because there's nothing saying that the enemy isn't in a position to just come in and clobber me again. But I suppose, I mean, I run that risk no matter what at this point. While I'm at it, I don't know if I want to distribute this amongst the entire army, but at least my ranged units. Yeah, we don't have the Cosmite. So the reason I'm doing this is I know I'm not building a colonizer anymore, so I'm going to be able to afford a few more Cosmite expenditures. And presumably I'm going to have a lot more resources once we properly annex this colony. All right, I'm probably going to need to wrap up reasonably soon. I'm already a half hour past, and I know we're kind of at that point where some of the concurrents are going down as well. Let's deal with whatever baddies we can find. I'm sure the autonom are going to be a little upset that I'm doing this. I'll try an auto combat on this again if we lose units or we take too much damage. Yeah.
Objective completed.
These autonom will think twice before they send out their agents to cut back on our growth. All thanks to you, Naranga Odd. You have our regards. So I think Naranga Odd, we're going to send her to take out Tiberius District and the Shroud Generator, or probably the other way around, the Shroud Generator and then the District. We'll do that right here to... Oh. I keep forgetting that's how raising works. This should be fairly straightforward to handle.
Production ready.
Now again, there's the question about... so it's not... The pause is not just going to be sitting taking this lying down, Coskeeks is going to be generating units, and they're going to be trying to exact their revenge. I should probably find out a little bit more about what exactly these bases give you. Structure claims a sector for its owner. It provides healing to units. Enemies cannot enter without trespassing, however, it does not gather any income. Okay. I'm just trying to keep some of that in mind when it comes to sectors that I might want to take over for myself. And also if I want to be able to... So, for instance, if I'm a little concerned about my ability to sort of prosecute the war, being able to take synthetic spark generator from them first is... that's something that I might want to consider. For the time being, though, because it says it wants to take out the sector bases, its sector bases of your enemy to weaken their supply lines and gain resources to upgrade and reinforce your armies. Raising a sector with an exploitation gives you the resources corresponding to the income type of that exploitation. I should actually double check that I'm fully understanding what counts as a sector base here.
Operations available for priming.
Okay. I don't think I'm quite ready to spend on any of these. Keep forgetting, this is mine now, so maybe I don't want to destroy that. And actually, this is a little inconvenient, because these guys are sitting on top of the shroud generator that I want to destroy. So I'll see if I can kindly ask them to move. Run with the pack, Naranga Odd, and salute the treasure ship of the illustrious Therians. You see nothing precious? Well, look again, closer, and you will notice the immense value that is found in the gleeful freedom of our company. Hop on and we'll hop off to new lives and places. Just keep your guns and claws ready for any critters that we meet along the way. Spaceships and adventures? Sounds like fun. We'd like to get along. We can help each other out. You scratch our back and we'll scratch yours. You go first. We've got a job for you. Ever been on a hunting trip? Sounds like fun times and merriment, right? Well, it's not when you're the ones in the crosshairs. These hunters may think that they're civilized, but their barbaric sport says otherwise. Please stop them. Really need this den of yours. So again, this is so I can blow up the... Actually, it looks like... Oh, right, because that's not mine. So that's not necessarily the what I would want to spend that influence on, but it's a chance for me to fulfill some objectives. And it's hard to say that's a bad use of time. So I want to be a little careful with my positioning here, because I might be able to knock out a... I might be able to knock out a little base destruction too. In fact, I wasn't anticipating that. I'm actually not entirely convinced that I'm going to be able to win this, but let's see what we can. Let's see what we can pull off. I am going to be able to heal this bee right away with the workers, although that is obviously kind of conceding a fairly good advantage. Now, if we can somehow deal with the engulfer, we are laughing, because again, there's only so many times you can try and goop my my guys. Of course, with that in mind... Oh, no, they didn't protect the engulfer. What were they thinking? I'm not entirely sure that I'm going to have... Well, here's what I can do. Oh, I still get a shot on him from here anyway. It's not a great shot, but it's a shot. So these guys are probably going to gunk the raider, but the aim isn't no damage. The aim is sort of proportionate damage to what I put in. Now, the worry that I have here, so the engulfer is an air-to-air unit. So it would be wonderful for me to say, okay, we're just going to get these soldier bees to come in and rip on the engulfer. If I do that, they're basically going to get eaten. So what I want to do is I want to get close enough that they're... what is that? Actually, they're pretty much in range no matter what. Try and spread everybody out. And ideally, we're going to be in a position where we can sort of, you know, we'll counterattack whatever they do. I'm assuming the engulfer's going to go after the hero, though. God damn it. Yeah, well, again, we saw that coming, so... Well, I can definitely live with him taking out his own guys. So again, the real priority here that I'm going to try and get away with is doing as much damage as I can on the engulfer. It's not my favorite that I'm out in the open like this. But again, if I can take this thing out, it's worth
Enemy
it.
eliminated.
Great. So the Transcendent is also going to be a threat to my bees, but obviously we're in a very strong position to... I mean, essentially we just take these guys out at our leisure now. Like, it would be wonderful if I could fly him into... So he's taken too much damage, so we'll save it for the next round. There we go.
Enemy eliminated.
I do kind of want to bring these guys into the fight, but I've got 34 health. I mean, I don't exactly want to be messing around with this guy. This is... Oh, wow, I get this multiple turns, too. Okay. This guy's definitely going to need a heal after the Transcendent and the Frenzied are done with him. Although... Oh no, the Swarm Shield made sense. And again, he's... In my opinion, that's the wrong unit to target. The worst that happens is the hero gets some recovery. Now, the nice thing is, we can now focus down... We can get our... stun on this guy. So they've got an Overwatch right now, which I want to deal with. Fortunately, the Sting will stagger them, so they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to reply with the melee Overwatch. So this frees my guy up to... I'm actually just going to move him back the one... Well, Funny thing is I could teleport him anywhere. I'm just going to move him back to 1 so I can get the maximum number of attacks with the gun. And then... Actually, I probably should have done the corrosive spit and done the gun because of the armor reduction. And then if I'm lucky, we're going to be able to... Yep. So again, there's a small worry here because this unit might be flanked. These units aren't particularly strong. Oh, but he doesn't have any actions, so this is pretty much a done thing.
Siberia once more.
So yeah, I'll admit I wasn't. I forgot that there is a militia in these things. The game tells you. I just I was being a bit of a dummy. Let's actually learn about the targets that we're after. Also, these are fun ones, so we're going after pleasure models. Ebot Emma 3. Tired of holograms? Why not let Emma 3 give you a try? Fully configurable female succubot will have you spellbound. Programmed in the arts of seduction, including cooking, cleaning, interest in your sports teams, and other unmentionables, Emma 3 lives to serve without the shaming and judgmental stares from her friends, because she's a robot and has no other desire outside of serving you. Voted most seductive 9 standard planetary cycles in a row, this model is sure to never tell you you've been naughty, unless you want her to. Unknown AdWorks Agency Archive, RV078A, Elysian Robotics account. Now, these ones, the reason... So, one, it's fun to read this copy, but... Well, I mean, what exactly do you mean by freedom of speech within... within reason, I think is kind of goes without saying, but what are you particularly worried about in terms of what you can say, Wesley Cruster? The reason why there isn't an explicit rule on here is that I've modded... Welcome, by the way. The number of times I've modded for other channels, and I do a lot less of that now. The real problem is that anytime somebody gets timed out, when there are rules, all that does is that invites people to litigate the rules. At which point the a timeout then becomes a ban because the person is just not bothering to... Like, a timeout means nothing. It just, the text gets purged. Maybe you have a few minutes where you can't do anything. But yeah, the biggest things would be, I want to play the game myself. I don't particularly like being told how to play games. And you can kind of talk really about anything you would like, again, within reason. But there is sort of an expectation that you will exercise good judgment, and that if you assert something that you will be willing to back it up. So anyways, the reason why I'm looking through this this unit here is that one of these turns your units against you, and then the other one is kind of a dangerous bruiser. So power fists don't engage in don't engage at close range. Love pheromones. Target biological or cyborg unit must resist an 8 strength chance to become mind controlled until the end of combat. And then fire pistol. So the pistol isn't the biggest thing for me to worry about. Arc weakness would be nice, but I don't think I have that many arc units left. Then Ebot Roy 2. Crave a real man? Meet Roy 2. This fully configurable male incubot fits your every fantasy with the latest in machismo matrices. He can be your rugged cowboy or a listening soul capable of doing housework, cooking, and foot massages. He'll take care of your many cats without killing them. He'll listen to your problems for hours. Just inform Roy 2 what role he is to play. Unlike the Roy 1 model, his neural synthesis pathways are bound so that he'll faithfully obey your every wish without the danger of him developing artificial free will sentience. Unknown AdWorks Agency Archive, RV077A, Elysium Robotics account. So, power fists, distracting pheromones. Interesting. This would actually be... So with my air core, I would have been in an even better position. Okay, so I do think taking out taking out Emma 3 is a pretty high priority here. Actually, we'll see the auto. Yeah, that would have been fun to work on my own, but we didn't lose anything. So. So it would be kind of fun to go inside the ruins here, but I don't really see a whole lot of... I don't see a lot of value, seeing as I'm not going to be able to claim it for myself. Let's go to the Tiberius district. Alright, well, we're definitely not giving up a perfectly good unit there. Although, with my performance, maybe I'll lose, 3 units. So unfortunately, the same strategy of taking out the Engulfer doesn't work here because most of my people are ground-based. I do have a small edge, though, in that... In fact, I don't even need... Oh, it's because of the drat. Alright. I think I can afford the 1. So... they can deal with that. This is interesting. I'm not 100% sure how this works. But he'll just heal this back. I was hoping to get the stagger, to be honest, but... I can't jump first turn. I keep forgetting that that's a rule. You know what? Let's just go for our infiltrator. I don't use those as effectively as I should. So I think in this case, I'm just going to rush them in the first the first turn. This definitely... So they're definitely going to try and take advantage of going into melee with this guy. It does keep them in the beacon, though. And then on... what I'm going to do is everybody else is just going to collapse in on them. Unless, of course, I want to pull this guy back with the heal, but that's probably a little too passive. Oh, this is great, too. So I was a little worried that he would be able to sort of run in and take out the tactician, but I'm able to engage him at range. Again, not a great chance of hitting, but let's see how they handle that. All right, fair enough.
Operations ready.
Now, I gotta be careful in specifically the order that I'm doing these things. But number 1, we take this guy out.
Enemy eliminated.
I don't think I have the range. I wanted to try and break the connection. Yeah, I actually don't think I'm going to be able to get that stun on the guy. Alright, well, with that in mind, let's... we'll deal with the world as it is, not as how I'd like it to be. So this staggers people. I'm going to go for the highest chance. Well then, so did these. This is partly just so I can extract my infiltrator. Although extract them to where is a relevant question. It's not like I'm going to be able to teleport through. Alright, well. Oh, that's upsetting. Not quite enough, so I'll use the grenade. All right, so the other good thing is my tactician's able to give somebody an extra turn. So while it's true the Engulfer's running amok, what exactly are they going to do to me?
Cattle for the slaughter.
Ah, they're going to do that. I gotta be really careful about losing units here. So let's get whatever healing I can in.
Our forces are victorious.
And then we should be able to just raise this. Capture? No. Raise it. I'm sure we'll see sooner rather than later what the effects for doing all of this is. However, the big one for me is keeping Krautel. So the original plan was going to be to just try and raise everything, given the fact that I have the good option. I don't want to see everybody turned into Xenoplague units. I will. I'll settle with what I'll settle with my life choices here. I'm a little surprised that I'm still allowed to move. Let's take a minute. I think I'm actually going to take a minute here and move closer to the stack of units that are coming in. So we've already raised the generator, so it seems to me we just go on to the next one. I'm doing a little more auto combat just because I know I'm kind of close to the end of the stream, so I want to try and make as much progress as I can. Okay, so Domok Army Training is kind of a default option whenever I have it, and then the equivalent for Naranga Odd. So with Domok Training on its background, the hero uses its Gamma leadership skills to improve all units in its army. Non-hero units gain plus 10% critical chance and 5 max health. Only functions with the hero. I mean, it's not the most exciting option I could get. Extermination Squad hero is an expert at dealing with hostile environments. All units in this army deal 20% additional damage to animal, plant, and Xenoplague units. Only functions when the hero is the army's commander. I'm not 100% sure if the Kiriko count as animals. I don't believe they do. So let's take a look at a frenzied just for an example. We are the frenzied, branded as worker tools. Our claws thirst for reaping. We work with our mindless mother. We are not them. We work until our vanished queen returns. She calls from the empty. They think she died. The earth's fertile wealth will feed our broken. We are the strongest in the true swarm. We follow our forgotten purpose. We fight those who exiled our queen. Too long we worked for them. Now we fight. They desire sweet nectar. We'll give them bile. We are frenzied. Message repeats. Kirko Interrogator Translation Unit. Translation errors RV1457D. The carapace broken. So, they are biological, but they are not animal. So with that in mind, we will do Domok Army Training. And I don't quite see the value for Close Quarters Specialist yet because we are still using a long-range weapon. But our colony can annex a new sector. So select a sector in the adjacent sector to annex this colony. The sector can then be developed to give your colony an economic boost. So it is a little tempting to take the Imperial Biodome. The question is, do I really want to redirect my forces to be able to properly claim the supply complex? Seems to me that with Smog District, we've already cleared out the riffraff and we get the extra production. So I feel a little bad about it. The one nice thing is the extra science. Yes. And let's see what the consequences of my actions are. So one of the most important things I can be doing right now is, like, so all of this roaming, all of the destruction of all of these forward bases and whatnot, this should all be happening now while the headquarters is otherwise occupied. I have no idea whether or not they are coming up with a retaliation, which is going to be moving north against us, or if they're going to be dealing with the commander. Incidentally enough, it looks like... Yes, it looks like even he isn't raising the cities. It's a hypocrite. I do kind of want to take out the transmission terminal, but where am I going to pull that off? God, it is so tempting to just go, like, running off and doing something else right now. Like going out and clearing out the Sillery stock supply complex. Problem is that, again, if the AI decides to come in and deal with the... Oh wow, apparently I don't count as owning this. Well, this will be a nice prize. So I don't think there's any movement for me to do from here, but it's nice to know we've got a small... There's a small bit of rebuilding. Alright, so I do not want to be messing with SteamStack Summit, seeing as that is owned by the Amazons, who are not currently at war with. Oh. Damn it. Sorry to do this. I wish there was a way that you could stop your units partway through. Also, I've definitely lost a lot of energy, so I think this last turn, like this will be it for the session tonight, I think. I don't know if there's any real advantage to moving them up there, but yeah, we'll clear out the things I actually wanted to do on that turn. That might involve another round of combat, but I think I've sort of stopped explaining what I'm doing rather well, and I could stand to get some rest. It's also getting really close to midnight, so... And I have quite a bit of work that I need to do. Tomorrow, ideally. I might try and sneak some of it in, but... Okay, so we're still going to move on transmission terminal. That hasn't changed. I'm going to try and integrate this guy in my army. And the hope is that... I mean, it's not my strongest unit, but my hope is that they will operate somewhat autonomously to break up some of these holdings. So we'll see if Otto does anything interesting. I mean, that's a little more damage than I wanted this guy to take, but... We're not going to be able to do anything to Livid Peaks until next time. Growth Faction. We've asked you time and again, Symbiote, and you defy our mother node when we ask you to stop aiding our enemies. We demand tribute to maintain symbiosis. Sure. Okay, so unexploited sector. Again, this is all about... Oh, right. Sorry. It doesn't have to be a production sector. And to be honest, it's going to be a while since I do anything with that sector, because we're still building an army. Yeah, I think I'm going to sit on that for a little bit. All right, so this is already messing with the new stack, but that's fine. We'll just keep them coming. Ideally, we are going to get a what am I trying to say? We're going to get the hacker unit before too long. 6 turns. So that'll still take a while.
Incoming communication.
Hello, Naranga Odd. I'm glad to hear from you again. Oh, you do impress us, Commander. Something not easily done. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll pull some strings, just for you.
Sector annexed. Production ready.
It's kind of hard to complain about this distribution of work. Obviously I don't have the same need for energy credits, so there might be an argument to prioritize the factory, but the fact of the matter is that when the war is done, so that's 13 turns where I'm going to have the popular support, once I lose that, I am going to be seeing I'm going to be seeing some pretty catastrophic costs. So I'm not entirely sure it's the worst thing in the world for me to be building a bit of an energy reserve. I might be able to bring the equilibrium either through the acquisition of bases or just through attrition in the army. But right now I'm sort of restocking my energy reserves. Speaking of. Also, of course, it gives me some opportunities to upgrade some units, which reminds me. Let's leave the tactician to the end. These guys are going to be a little fragile, but I am actually tempted to give these guys the Guardian Demon Shell. So the idea here is that this is just going to make them even more of a terrifying, force to just go running up. I also really need to remember now, because I think it says it's the large unit. Yeah, this unit is 15% easier to hit with ranged attacks. In addition, it cannot cover itself, but counts as cover for other units. So one thing I need to start doing with the Firebrand more often is using it basically as cover for the Deadeyes. So look, I've taken a lot of flack on the artistic direction of the latest Beast Monster sequel, but let's face it, laser claws are cool. It wasn't even a unique idea. I stole it from some conspiratorial news drop site. Imagine this massive boss creature, half crab, half lizard monster. I don't understand why the censors are so upset. The only excuse that they gave was animal cruelty. But it's a movie, not reality. Everyone knows that. Makes me think that there's a conspiracy out there, and they're just trying to hide something. July Del Toros, RV 948E. That's right, 9484E. Interview from the director, Beast Monster 4-X. All right. So I'm going to turn over, and I think we'll call it for the night. So I'll say as just a wrap-up, too. I'll just save it all here. This is always a hard one to do at the end of the stream, but obviously we talked a little bit about how the situation might be changing as far as my ability to get some of these press keys for the Paradox games. Now, again, the Monday night, so the Monday Paradox dedicated day, as far as I'm concerned, that is continuing indefinitely. But I do also now need to allow for the possibility that this might be a sign of things to come, that it might be harder for me in future. And so at some point, Age of Wonders Planetfall is going to stop getting updates. Surviving Mars has stopped getting updates, but that doesn't mean that I can't, not play that game. Stellaris will probably be getting updates, but whether or not I get them is another question. And so with that in mind, I am particularly receptive to things that people would like to see played. And this is actually a pretty open one. So if you like Age of Wonders Planetfall, let me know. If you'd like to see more of this game, I definitely want to know. Because, of course, the other thing, too, is that I'm going to be getting more or less my week back. And so the idea of doing Age of Wonders Planetfall for a full week as opposed to just one day is an appealing one to me if people would like to watch it. And I mean, the other thing too is that right now I can just look at concurrent views as the only indicator in terms of what people want to watch, which is sometimes a noisy signal. But on top of that, I'm also open to the idea of more action-oriented games, because it's been a while since I've done something like Wolfenstein. It's been a while since I've done something like Mass Effect. And I know there's a number of people who really like story-based games. So if there's something that I used to do and you feel like I don't do it as often, if there's something that you think might work well for me, if it's individual game titles, of course, one of the challenges that we were talking about is that, I can't necessarily just buy everything. But even if you give a particular game title, I at least know a certain type of game, and that tells me... that gives me something to think about, particularly when, there's an independent developer that's trying to reach out about certain types of games. Feedback in the past about the types of games that people would like to see has really meant the difference between me accepting those keys and not. So if if you'd like to have if you'd like to have a role in shaping sort of the future of the stream, if you'd like to have your voice heard on the types of games you'd like to see me play, it's definitely not a bad time to do that. And I know I say this at other occasions as well, but maybe to give you an idea, one of the I like strategy games in general. And one of the nice things about strategy games is that they allow me to focus on the one thing that I do frequently hear, which is people sort of like my vocal qualities. Of course, the challenge with a strategy game is that when I'm feeling like this, sometimes my, sometimes my reasoning, sometimes my, whether or not I'm particularly articulate, that begins to fall a little bit. And so it's not the, it's not the only type of thing that I can do. Visual novels obviously have a lot of reading in them. Narrative games have occasionally a lot of reading in them. Some of them have recorded dialogue, obviously. CRPGs, right? Something like Tyranny or Baldur's Gate. Again, those have a little bit of recording, but not every line is recorded. And these are things that, for one reason or another, I don't do as frequently. Sometimes it's a question of interest. Sometimes it's a question of what I think people would like to see. I've definitely resisted doing CRPGs more than I would probably normally like to do, simply because given the fact that I'm more than likely going to do... I've played quite a bit of Brigador Mr. Red. I actually really enjoyed that game. So if that's something you'd like to see more of, I definitely don't mind playing more of it. I seem to remember that Brigador, its deluxe edition, actually had an audiobook that was pre-recorded for it. I haven't actually heard the audiobook, I must confess. That's really good feedback. So that's a perfect example, right? There's plenty of stuff that I really like playing that I don't necessarily, have the best intuitions about what people would like to see. But Brigador is a great. If you guys haven't checked out Brigador, actually, definitely do so. Where was I going with this? But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm particularly open at this time. And, a good example of this would be, so right now, in reality, most games get sort of a 1 day each over a week. And I just don't see how I could do a game like Tyranny any justice if the story, which is already fragmented by virtue of streaming, is fragmented into week chunks, if that. So, given the fact that I'm going to be getting a few more days back, and that I'm open to to adjusting some of my plans, it's not a bad time to just sort of express that sort of stuff. And again, the challenge that I run into is something like saying this at the end of Planetfall is that, obviously the people who are here for Planetfall. But we did also talk about that at the beginning. So anyways, I am well and truly late. And like I said, I have a little bit of work that I would like to get done. So I'm going to take a quick minute and see who is streaming tonight. And hopefully I will be able to put you in their very capable hands. Also, thank you to Johnny Big Time for resuming the resubbing. Thank you for the follows, the attention, the interaction in chat. And I don't see a soul that I know streaming right now. And nobody's streaming Age of Wonders Planetfall. That is a shame. I think this game definitely deserves a bit more attention than it really gets. All right. Oh, actually, Melee Mage is on here. Yeah, I think Planetfall's a very good game. I like. First of all, I really like Age of Wonders. Actually, here's a question: is anybody streaming Age of Wonders 3? Sorry, this is for my interest. So I apparently am the only person. Actually, yeah, here's a good one. So I wanted. Okay, I'll shout out Melee Mage, who I'd love to host. But I figure if we can keep this with Triumph, it'll be good. So Melee Mage is currently playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Is somebody I should move on. I am not 100% sure how successful Age of Wonders Planetfall was. I rather like Age of Wonders 3, and I think Planetfall to me is a step up. But it's weird because I don't really hear a lot of people talking about the game, which is a shame because, again, I think it's a really good one. And I particularly think the factions are really original. But here's what we're going to do. So this streamer is called Rain Blessed. I don't know who they are, so I'm hoping it works for you all. But they're playing Age of Wonders 3. Their title is Games I Have Never Played from my Steam library. Age of Wonders 3 it says 2 out of 127. I'm guessing this is that they've got 127 games that they're playing. But I don't know. I figure probably it's a little bit more on brand, although Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles isn't bad. So if you want to support Melee Mage, who's definitely been a very supportive streamer for me, feel free to check out his channel as well. But I am going to send it off to Rain Blessed, who is doing Age of Wonders 3, because I figure it's a little bit more consistent with the game that I started with. I've already recorded the new Morrowind episode, so that will be going live at 7 o'clock on YouTube for the high quality version. There will be a vodcast here around 7 as well. And then Wednesday, we're back to Cultist Simulator. I don't know if we'll finish it or not, but we're getting close to the end. And then on Friday, that's still sort of a free day, although I've definitely been doing a lot more Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, so we'll see where we're sitting with that. As far as Mondays, that's going to be dedicated to Age of Wonders Planetfall for the next little while. So until next time, thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a good evening.